Selassie. Yeah. Rastafari. Another 6 days work is done, another Sabbath has begun. Return my soul, enjoy the rest, improve the day that God had blessed. Come bless the Lord whose love assigned, so sweet a rest to wearied mind. Provide an antipass to Zion, and give this day the food for 7. Holy Emmanuel, I. Rastafari. King Emmanuel the 7th.
Adonai, God.
Rastafari, we do give thee thanks and praise for this glorious moment. King Emmanuel the 7th.
My God.
Rastafari. My Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
My Lord.
Happy day. When my sins were washed away by the black Christ, King Emmanuel the 7th, I now move into the opening hymn of our ecumenical Sabbath, gathering. I now turn over to the Honorable Priest Daniel.
My Lord.
For the opening hymn, my Lord.
Oh, my Lord, blessed love. Holy Emmanuel, I.
Rastafari.
This is the day that our Lord had blessed. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. I.
Rastafari.
As we take great pleasure and continue with our opening hymn for this night of gathering, Psalms reading, ceremony, cutting and clearing, celebration, gathering. And we take great pleasure and continue on reading out our open hymn for this night.
Before we start, my Lord and Empress, we have to mute the mic because we can't. The item cannot sing, else we're going to distract the
there will be a delay.
So natural, my Lord. Blessed love.
Empress. Blessed love, Empress. Yes, we are going to mute our mic.
Yes, Empress.
All right. As we continue once more with our opening hymn for this night of gathering, I'm taken from our Black Christ hymn. Another 6 days work is done, another Sabbath is begun. Return my soul, enjoy the rest, improve the day thy God had blessed. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, Rastafari. True is a well-known hymn. A man who just go straight into this hymn. We know the era of this, our open hymn. Feel rise. As we take great pleasure and continue, my Lord and Empress. Another 6 days work is done. Another 6 days work is done. Another Sabbath is begun. Another Sabbath is begun. Return my soul, enjoy the rest. Return my soul, enjoy thy improve the day thy God hath blessed. Improve the day thy God hath. Come bless the Lord whose love was sign. Come bless thy Lord. Oh, love us, so sweet a rest to weary mind, so sweet a rest to weary. I provide an antipas of Zion, provide take part and give this day the food of 7 and give this day the food of 7. Oh, that our thoughts and tongues may rise. Oh, that our thoughts and tongues may rise. As grateful incense to the land. As grateful incense to the and draw from Zion that sweet repose. And draw from Zion that sweet repose, which none but he that feels it knows. Which none but he that feels it. The heavenly calm it in the breath. The heavenly calm within the breath is the dear pledge of glorious rest. Is the dear pleasure of glorious rest. Which for the church of God remain. With for our church of God remain. Here the end of pain, the end of pain, the end. In all the duties let the day. And holy duties let the day. All the pleasures pass away. And holy pleasures pass away. Oh, sweet as about us to spend. Oh, sweet as about us to spend. In hope of one that never shall end. In hope of never shall. For us only this our open aim. Another 6 days work is done. Another 6 days work is done. Another Sabbath is begun. Another Sabbath is begun. Return my soul, enjoy the rest. Return my soul, enjoy the rest. Dead, I gonna celebrate the day that I in all the duties let the day coming down. In holy duties and all the pleasures pass away. And holy pleasures How sweet a Sabbath just to spend.
How sweet a Sabbath just to
Hope of one that never shall end. Hope of one that
never shall end. Any noble Mount Zion, for the purchase queen.
Oh,
Miss Queen of Miss there and more, there
Adara
creation. La
Holy
Mount Zion, Zion, Holy Mount Zion, Zion.
Lord,
Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord, our Lord, our Almighty God. Holy now, Holy Mount Zion,
Zion,
Zion, Holy Mount Zion, Zion.
the last Rastafari,
Alright.
Father, like He sent and spare us. Well, our people frame He knows. In His hands He gentle bear us. Rescue us from all our foes. Praise Him, praise Him. Praise Him still the same as ever. Praise my soul, the King of Zion. To His feet I tribute being Celestia. Oh Christ, I triumph now begin. Over captive death and conquer sin. Ride on, His Majesty. Oh, yeah. Cut and clearance and fear. Give us a victory again and again. King Selassie. Rastafari. My Lord and Majesty.
Empress.
My
So
Lord.
much. Empress.
As we will turn over the
We're back to the
service
leading
to
priest.
the honorable leading priest.
Give thanks on our priest. Holy Emmanuel.
Selassie.
Jah, Rastafari, the God of Abraham, praise, who reign enthroned above, ancient of ever living days, and God of love, King Emmanuel the Seven, adore ye, God. Jah, Rastafari. We continue with our first psalm for this Psalms reading sermon. Psalms 133. Glory be unto our Father, unto the Son, unto the Holy One of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, the world without end. Selah, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, lightning God, Jah Rastafari, Selah, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. My Lord and Empress, let us give a hearty, free will cheer unto our Father, the Black Christ, King Emmanuel the Seventh. Praise him, praise him, praise him, praise him. Praise the ever-living King, King Emmanuel the Seventh. Hallelujah, God, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress. So, my Lord, I man give great thanks, for this glorious, teaching, and for this, oneness, meditation, of even coming together, to reason out, the proper smooth functioning, of this great teaching that our Father, the Black Christ, that has come to teach us, the way of Melchizedek, and the way of, moving on to perfection. The man said how to be God. It's learning how to walk each day with an aim to do all things right, So I give thanks for this glorious moment. Give thanks, for this Black Christ, salvation, the man, the our man who comes, to teach us that right word, right speaking, right action, right eating, all these things comprise, what we talk about, righteous, healthy, and upright living. Holy Emmanuel, Rastafari. And I give thanks because I, as a house of priests, the man say we are a holy priesthood, a royal nation, and I glorify that I could leave from the world of turmoil, the world of corruption, the world of sin, the world of material, the man say all that is out there is the pride of life, and the lust of the eyes and the lust of the flesh. So, the man as has come to teach us that, that right living, right speaking comprise right livity, say the Most High, Holy Emmanuel. That's right, Rastafari. My Lord, it is important that I as priests, walk within an exemplary way, not just on the altar saying, carrying up a service and, that being an order, we have to follow a specific principle. But I need to be walking with that integrity even out there, you know, showing the righteousness of the liberty, dealing with you know, each other with respect, with truth, with honesty, because all these things become it the holiness that we are moving on onto, and without righteousness, then the holiness is going to become a fake and a farce. Because then when we are on the altar and we say, you know, Lord, Lord, and we say, you know, love, and we say the sick nourished and the aged protected, but when we come off the altar, you know, then there is so much discrepancies among us. There is so much, you know, turmoil. There is so much what we call false and unacceptable, uncomely behavior and activities. So I need now to find the first love and go forward to that first love, when, you know, each one need to remember that first day when I you know, even bless you know, in the courts, you know, the holy foundation, you know, and the aura of the presence of Dada there, and how we felt like we were in a place of bliss, you know. So I know the feeling that I felt, and I know I all felt that same feeling. So I need to look and remember that first feeling of love that we knew no one more than we are seeing each other for the first time, and we love each other as we see each other. I did not know about your faults. You did not know about my faults. And so we want to begin to love one another like when we first met, and learn to know that faults are normal in human flesh and human minds and hearts and human ways. And so when we see some of the faults that are not so likable, you know, I need to remember that there is a saying that says 70 times 7 forgiveness. And there is a saying that says, we need not look down at each other unless it's in an effort to help one another up. So I need now to learn to deal with each other with the differences, and learn to try to build and to correct, and to, where we see ways that we think are not becoming, we lovingly and firmly and impartially, you know, speak with each other about ways that we think we could improve our day-to-day liberty and communication with each other. Holy Emmanuel,
Selassie.
Jah Rastafari.
Right.
You know, I man do give thanks, my Lord, you know that, you know, the man has come to show us the churchical way of the red up, you know, the red which signifies love and the life and the lifeblood. So I need to always remember that the red is not just the blood, but it's also the love. And I need to remember that the red is up, so the love must be up at all times, you know, patience, temperance, long suffering, you know, with understanding, you know. And I need to admonish with love, you know, and not so much to bring out too much of the stern disciples in us. Say it the most time. Well, Emmanuel,
Selassie.
Jah Rastafari.
All right.
I do give thanks for everyone that make this evening Psalms reading a possibility. You know, the empresses, we glorify the empresses, you know, mother of the earth, mother of creation, you know. Without the empresses, we truly will be incomplete. And so we glorify the presence of, you know, the empresses that have come out, you know, to really give this Psalms reading meaning and purpose. Holy Emmanuel,
Selassie.
Rastafari. Giving thanks even for, you know, honorable brethren, Priest Dougie, that has, you know, been so zealous in helping to see that this evening's and this whole conference be a reality. You know, the honorable Prophet Daniel and all the ones that have been really moving within the study group, and I glorify a move of oneness, a move of like-mindedness towards righteousness. Holy Emmanuel, I.
Selassie.
Jah Rastafari. Man say if it's nice, so we make it nice. And if it's sour, we make it sour. You know, the man say, whatever fate, as Marcus said, of life, we meet or we lead, we are the ones now that, you know, would have to be responsible for it. You know, the man coming this time to show us that he came and he suffered with us. He felt the pain with us, you know, he felt our infirmities, but he remained steadfast in his righteousness, in his teaching, in his justice, and in his love that he had shown to all of us. Holy Emmanuel, I. Rastafari. And I just want to hold that love. Remember that how he dealt with us. Remember how that when he's splitting his justice, that he listened and he would always give the word that would make one's feel satisfied with whatever situation. We give thanks for our Father, the Black Christ King Manuel the Adonai, Jah Rastafari. You know, as the time is far spent and we were off on a little a jar start, man is going to move into the reading, you know, of the Psalms 133. Holy Emmanuel, I.
Selassie.
Jah Rastafari. Continuing with the first verse of the 133 Psalm. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down to the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded his blessing, even life forevermore. Holy Emmanuel, I. Jah Rastafari. Emmanuel the seventh. Adonai. Jah Rastafari. Repeating the third and the ending verse of the 133 Psalm. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded his blessings, even life forevermore. Holy Emmanuel, I. Rastafari. For your patient hearing and your rapt attention, my Lord and Empress, I do give thanks and praise to be continued.
My Lord. Yes, the virgin that was in line to do Psalms 2 is not online. So I'd like another priest to step up in his place. Priest Jeremy.
I said, love my Lord, Holy Emmanuel, I.
Rastafari.
I give thanks, you know. Even continue reading from Psalms 130 and 4. First, I do give thanks for this day. And give thanks even for the celebration, even going to the earth. Give thanks for the Ecumenical Conference that is now being, you know, broadcast and put forward to the nation, you know, within such righteousness, you know, of bringing I and I together as one. Man says one, good we, you know. Man say united we stand, and if we divide, we shall fall, you know. Most High, Selassie, Give thanks, you know, for even this day with the you know, they going through with such glorious time, you know, of I and I. You know, I mean, you know,
someone lock their background noise. Sorry, priest. Someone, could you please lock your
no, that wasn't mine. That was me. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I stepped into another room.
Yes,
yeah, Pardon me for that. Yeah, well, like I was saying, give thanks for this day and give thanks for the ecumenical conference going through. Because it is much needed in this time, where, we see the Congress like it in a standstill, so to speak. So we give thanks for even the ones and ones, Peace Dougie and others that, come up with such a meditation that I can, full joy in. So yeah, the Black Christ teaches us many things, and he teaches us that love is the first commandment that hangs our laws. It governs everything in earth, as we see. So the man said we must first have the love, and then everything else will fall stand in place. So give thanks for the love that the man continue to show within I and I self, Jehovah Jah.
Rastafari.
My Lord and Majesty, give thanks once more for even all empresses same way online. Because without the mother, without the woman's, role in the Congress same way, we are nothing, so to speak, because the man say we are balance of woman and man, kingdom. So give thanks for the balance, Queen Omega I, Selassie I, Jah.
Rastafari.
I, yes, my Lord and Majesty, just give me a moment here where I know I'm just pulling together my scriptures, so to speak,
Yes, my Lord.
Yes, once more, give thanks for all good things that the man continue to teach I and I show this time, Jehovah Jah.
Rastafari.
Aye. Yes, my Lord and Majesty. Yeah, having a little short out here, cause my Bible, or just looking in it and the page is missing. So just give me 1 second there where I could find another prophecy that I could read it from. Yes, my Lord and Majesty.
Yes,
That's
my Lord.
Psalm 3, right?
Psalms 130 and 4, yeah.
130 and 4, my Lord. Yes, I never give thanks once more, for the conference going through. And I delight in such works, this thing here, my God. I pray to my Lord, one moment.
Yes, my Lord. Is Jatut on the line as yet?
Honorable, could another priest go in my
Stead?
in my stead? Because I'm having a bit of a problem right now. You found one? Yeah. Okay, give thanks. Yes, so pretty.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
Emmanuel, the last year I got a prophecy now. Continue on reading from Psalms 130 and 4. Jehovah Jah, Rastafari. Behold, bless ye the Lord, all ye servants of the Lord, which by night stand in the house of the Lord. Lift up your hands in the sanctuary and bless the Lord that made Zion and earth. Bless thee out of Zion, Holy Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
I repeat in the final and ending verse of Psalms 130 and 4, verse 3. The Lord that made Zion, heaven and earth, bless thee out of Zion, Jehovah Jah.
Rastafari.
For thy patience and repetition, and I do give thanks to be continued and read by another mighty angel, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks.
Yes, I. Priest Oswald.
Blessed Lord. Blessed Lord, my Lord and Majesty and Emperor. We thank for a night of celebration. Continue on reading from the Psalm number 130 and 5. Praise ye the Lord. Praise ye the name of the Lord. Holy Emmanuel, Lord. Praise him, ye servants of the Lord. Ye that stand in the house of the Lord. In the courts of the house of God, of our God, King Emmanuel the II. Yeah, down, yeah, God. Yeah. Continue reading verse 3. Praise the Lord, for the Lord is good. Sing praise unto his name, for it is pleasant. King Emmanuel the II. Yeah, down, yeah, God. Yeah. Continue verse 4. For the Lord had chosen Jacob unto himself, and Israel for his peculiar treasure. I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Continue verse 5. For I know that the Lord is great, and that our Lord is above all gods. Whatsoever the Lord pleaseth, that did he in the heaven, and in earth, and in sea, and all deep places. He causes the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. He maketh the lightnings for the rain. He bringeth the wind out of his treasure. Who smote the firstborn of Egypt, both man and beast. Who sent tokens and wonders unto the midst of thee, O Egypt, upon Pharaoh and upon all his servants. Who smote great nations and slew mighty kings. Shannon, king of the Amorites, and Og, the king of Bashan, and all the kingdoms of Canaan, and give their land for an heritage unto Israel, his people. I, Selassie, Rastafari. Continue reading verse 15 of the 150th Psalm. Thy name, O Lord, endureth forever, and thy memorial, O Lord, throughout all generations. For the Lord will judge his people. He will repent himself concerning his servants. The idols of the heathen are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. They have mouths, but they speak not. Eyes have they, but they see not. They have ears, but they hear not. Neither is there any breath in their mouths. They that make them are like unto them. So is everyone that trusteth in them. Bless the Lord, O house of Israel. Bless the Lord, O house of Aaron. Bless the Lord, O house of Levi. Ye that fear the Lord, bless the Lord. Most High, Selassie.
Rastafari.
Continue on reading the 21st and final verse of the 155th Psalm of Mighty King. Blessed be the Lord out of Zion, which dwelleth at Jerusalem. Praise ye the Lord, King Emmanuel the II.
Adore thy God, Jah.
Rastafari.
ended the blessed reading of the 135th Psalm to be continued, my Lord and Majesty.
My Lord.
My Lord.
Please, Daniel.
My Lord. Holy Emmanuel eyes, last year, yeah.
Yes.
Right. As we take great pleasure and continue with the 136th Psalm stand of mighty King David. Holy Emmanuel eyes, last
Yes.
year,
Yeah.
First of all, man, do give thanks to life above all things. Give thanks for another Sabbath day. The wilderness, see me. The evil is in flesh. Holy Emmanuel, I.
Last year.
Rastafari. We do give thanks to the aim and object. Freedom Redemption International Repatriation to land each and every one under their own fire and victory, you know. So we do give thanks, you know, for the EABIC, you know, Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress near and far, you know. And to all members near and far, you know, man say, you know, give thanks, you know. Give thanks to this media, you know, where we gather together, you know, to even, you know, sing, you know, and reason, you know. Man say, come, virgin, let us reason, you know. Come, sisters, let us sing together, you know. All our voices raised, you know. Loud and jubilee and praise, you know, King Emmanuel VII. Down,
Yeah. Yeah.
Rastafari. Rastafari. So we give thanks, you know, for this privilege, same, you know. And give thanks, you know, for all our brothers and sisters, same, you know. Give thanks, you know, for, you know, the hosts of these programs, you know. And we give thanks, you know, for our daughters, you know. You know, man say give thanks, you know. Give thanks to the giving of thanks, you know, King Emmanuel VII. Down,
Yeah.
As we, you know, choose a long chance, same way.
Yeah, man.
You know, give thanks, yeah. So, you know, I'm gonna make my words the few, same way, you know. And give thanks, you know, once more. To our brothers in Africa, same way, you know. Our brothers and sisters, you know, the continent, same way. Thanks to the one that up on Mount Eman, same way, you know. And give thanks to all our brothers in the Caribbean and in the, you know, United States. You know, we do give thanks, you know, Arthur Sabbath, Arthur Love, you know, King Emmanuel VII.
Oh, yeah, God, yeah. All right.
As we take great pleasure and continue for the 136 Psalms chant of mighty King David. First verse and continue. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good. Mercy forever. Oh, give thanks unto the God of God. Jah mercy endure forever. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord of Lords. Jah mercy endure To him who alone doth great wonder. Rise and fall. Adore. To him that by wisdom made the heavens. Adore. To him that by wisdom made the heaven. Arise and fall. The mercy and to him that stretched out the earth above the water. Arise and fall. Father, mercy and adore. Him that did great love. Arise and Ada mercy and adore. Unto by day. Arise and fall. Adore. Namunan sa tulubay na Ruin that depend adore and and brought out Israel from among them. Arise, adore with a strong and with a great with the and Mary's the Pakasura Mesa arise adore whatsoever shall fear and is of in the Red Sea. Arise Adore with leaders people to the wilderness. Arise and Limit not great Arise Adada mercy and adore Arise, Adore Lion King of Arise the mercy and of the King of Bashan. Arise, Adadamate and Adore and give their land for an heritage. Alright, adore even an elevation to his belly servant. Arise, Adada mercy and Adore remember us in our Lord arise, mercy and adore not redeem us from our enemies. Arise, Amate adore who giveth food to all flesh. Arise, Dada mercy Dadore oh, give thanks unto the God of Zion. Alright, Ramate These are the 136 songs of mighty King David, the 26th and then in verse. of our glorious chant, repeat and continue. Oh, give thanks unto the God of Zion. All right, Glory be unto our Father and to the Son. All right. As I was in the beginning, is now and ever shall be. All right, Holy Mother, Bobo Dayan Dayan, La Holy Dayan Dayan. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord, oh, Lord, oh, Lord. Lord our Almighty God. Holy Mandaya, Lord, Holy Mandaya. Oh God, thou art terrible out of thy holy places. The God of Israel is he that giveth strength and power unto his people. Blessed be God, Lord of the Sabbath. So God, Rasta. We are one in the word, son. We are one in the love. We are one in our word, son. We are one in the love. And we pray that our unity may one day be restored. And we know we are Christ man, not Christian. Yes, we know we are Christ man by the love, Celestia. Rastafari. My Lord and Majesty, give thanks for the patient, my Lord.
My Lord.
And Empress. To be continued, my Lord and Empress. Glorify.
Continue on reading, Priest Evans.
Continue reading our fifth Psalm, Psalm 137, the Psalm of King David. Glory be to our Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy One of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, is now and ever shall be, Jah world without end. Last year, Jah, Rastafari. Up you mighty race, can accomplish what you will to the prophet Marcus eyes. Last year,
Jah.
Rastafari. And I do give thanks for this moment, my Lord and Majesty, you know. Give thanks for life and the wonderful life giver, King Emmanuel 7, Adonia.
Jah.
Rastafari. The man said, this is the day that the Lord have made. We shall be glad and rejoice in it. I.
Jah.
Rastafari. Continuing reading Psalms 137, my Lord and Empress. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. Here we wept when we remembered Zion. We hung our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. For there did that carried us away captive, required of us a song. And did that wasted us, required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of the songs of Zion. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who say, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed, happy shall he be that rewarded thee as thou hast served us. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stone. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Repeating verse 9, the final ending verse of Psalm 137, my Lord and Empress. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stone. King Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. My Lord and Empress, to be read and continue, my Lord.
Yes, my Lord. Priest Matthew, you want to take this one, please? Matthew? Matthew seemed to be away from his phone for a minute. And Priest Adigan, you want to step in?
My Lord. Yes, do give thanks for life and the mighty life giver. Holy Emmanuel, I say Selassie, I, Jah.
Yeah.
Rastafari. Celebration, celebration to the royal Ethiopian family. Near and far over land and sea, welcome again to one and all. Happy Christmas. Most High, Selassie, I, Jah. Rastafari, happy Black Christmas at this moment, you know. We do give thanks, you know, for another Sabbath, you know, to rest and refresh. Do give thanks, you know, for the angel, white robe, strong at this hour. Most High, Selassie, I, Jah. Rastafari. You know, we'll continue in a long length of reason, but do give thanks for the gathering strong at this moment, you know, upon this Sabbath, you know, near and far globally throughout the ends of the earth. So, and I continue in reading from Psalms 138 of mighty King David. David's confidence in God, a Psalm of David. Psalm 138, first verse continue. I will praise thee with my whole heart. Before the gods will I sing praise unto thee. I will worship towards thy holy temple and praise thy name for thy loving kindness and for thy truth, for thou hast magnified thy word above all thy name. In the day when I cried, thou answerest me and strengthenest me with strength in my soul. All the kings of the earth shall praise thee, O Lord, when they hear the word of thy mouth. Yea, they shall sing in the ways of the Lord, for great is the glory of the Lord Most High. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Though the Lord be high, yet have he respect unto the lowly, but the proud he knoweth afar off. Though I walk in the midst of trouble, thou wilt revive me. Thou shalt stretch forth thine hand against the wrath of mine enemies, and thy right hand shall save me. The Lord will perfect that which concerneth me. Thy mercy, O Lord, endureth forever. Forsake not works of thine own hands. Most High, Selassie, Jah.
Yeah.
Repeat the 8th and ending verse of Psalms 138 of mighty King David. The Lord will perfect that which concerneth me. Thy mercy, O Lord, endureth forever. Forsake not the works of thine own hands, Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord, Empress. Yes, give thanks. It will continue, my Lord and Empress. Blessed.
My Lord. Continuing to be read by Priest Andre.
My Lord, Majesty, give thanks for life and the life giver. Welcome Guinness to each and every one in the language of our ancestors. You know, glorify and give thanks. Give thanks to the ABIC, Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, Church of True Divine Salvation, people who stand governmental, parliamentary, churchical, statical, and sabbatical. So our leader, our friend, our guarantee, the Black Christ, a man, Holy Emmanuel, Rastafari. Give thanks to the ancient King of creation, mighty God of Zion, King Emperor Eli, last year,
Jah.
Rastafari, who come
Rastafari.
and stand and let us know as a people, we are not commoners, we are not borrowers or lenders, but masters of creation. Give thanks to the prophet of old who come and show us to love our black cells and don't feel ashamed the way how the Almighty God created us. He said, love your black wool, love your thick lips, love your big nose. You know, say, because the man had a purpose when he created us. See, our people without a hope is our people that will perish. So, so we give thanks for this mighty hope and the man has afforded us. Give thanks for the honorable priest, you know, Melchizedek, Black Christ, Salem, King of Salem, you know, who come and stand in this time and show us how to be holy. He said, be ye holy as I am holy. Man, come and teach us to stand mightily within ourselves as blood brothers and sisters. Man, come and show us, as we say, some of us say we come to Dada, but we really come to each other to live in love with each other. But sometimes we concentrate on just Dada and we really seeing we one another around and about. So we give thanks that even this time, such message is being internally typhoon amongst all of I and I, that we get to find the intricacies of the tradition that we were called for. We didn't have a manual that we could have said, well, yes, all right. No, it was an internal, you know, the man come and Rastafari, the man come and call us internally. And, you know, sometimes, as I say, first day, you know, we must have patience with ourselves. Because we are just where we're supposed to be at this point in time. Sometimes we find ourselves, if we did, and if the man then did, not go so. We are right where we are at because we have to learn and understand the fullness of the trad that we were called to. You know, see, the man say he was waiting for us, and when we come, he gave thanks and show us what the Father had told him to show us. So we glorify and give thanks, you know. We you know, even this time, give thanks for the initiative of even such a prayer internationally. Even we see the psalmist tell us, you know, praising Jah is good. And when we praise Jah, it is pleasant. So we're going to use the technology, you know, and give thanks and spread the four wings over mountains, seas, and valleys, because man all over the world right now, yet they will be holding one another. And praising, as I say, if they did use love to build and the technology what they had, the world would have been 10 times further, you know, say. But we give thanks for what little that we have here, that we can even, you know, minister to each other in such righteousness of salvation. Holy Emmanuel, Rastafari. I say we must continue in such a, because now we understand what it means to say the race is not to the swiftest, but to those who can endure. The race of life is not a sprint, but it's a marathon. You just have to keep an eye, you know, see, and he will reveal his ways. We can't afford to get weary, especially in this time, as a famous singer say, the road's so foggy, we can't turn back. So we just have to press along. Sometimes we just a heel and toe, we have to move through it. But we are confident with the Father at our side. We shall win. We shall have a victory of good over evil, R over X, black over white, most high, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. I give thanks and I give praises, as I say, for the initiative going through. And let us trust ourselves and trust our meditation. What Jah tell me, he wouldn't tell you because you is one is me. But I can tell you when tell me, and you can tell me when tell you. And we're going to hear the man talking loud and clear. You know, see, guys, when you see a one, behold, you see him God, a man. Jehovah.
Yeah.
Rastafari. Rastafari. Give thanks for the leading priest kind of this evening period of ecumenical praises, worldwide, international. Give thanks for each and every priest reading the Psalms coming down. Give thanks for the Ethiopian Woman Freedom Liberation League, the woman of right, who come and show the world the true sense of beauty. Jah had a mission when they create man and woman. You see, and that is our fulfillment, to show the world the purpose that God had intended when He made man and woman. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. So sometimes we got to forgive ourselves that sometimes we human part of we rise. But we supposed to, in this God we learning to do, conquer our human passions and rise above. You know, the man said the beginning of sorrow is the beginning of wisdom. Why? Because when you know better, you're supposed to do better. Holy Emmanuel, Rastafari. So we glorify and give thanks to everyone, you know, Honorable Prophet Daniel, give thanks for his persistence and consistency throughout the days, throughout the little moments. You know how it goes. When you do all right, you're going to get a fight because the wrong seems strong. But the key word there is seems, you know? So we are confident in victory of good over evil. Press our saints, press along. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. And through this time is fast spent, my lord, I wouldn't take up much more time in reasoning, but give thanks and render heartical cheers unto our God and King. Clap your hands, all the people, and shout unto God with a voice of triumph. For the Lord is a great God and a great King over all the earth. He spake and it was. He commanded and it stood fast, the black Christ. Holy Emmanuel, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress. And we continue reading from the 7 golden Psalms of King David for this evening period of ecumenical praises. Psalms reading. O Lord, thou hast searched me and known me. Thou knowest my down setting and my uprising. Thou understandest my thoughts afar off. Thou compassest my path and my lying down, and art acquainted with all my ways. For there is not a word in my tongue, but lo, O Lord, thou knowest it altogether. Thou hast beset me behind and before, and laid thy hand upon me. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me. It is I cannot attain unto it. Whither shall I go from thy spirit question? Or whither shall I flee from thy present question? If I ascend up into heaven, thou art there. If I make my bed in hell, behold, thou art there. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there shall thy hand lead me, and thy right hand shall hold me. Daniel, God, Rastafari, Sila, Selassie, Rastafari. Verse 13, verse 11 continue. If I say, surely the darkness shall cover me, even the night shall be light about me. Yea, the darkness hideth not from thee, but the night shineth as the day. The darkness and the light are both alike to thee. For thou hast possessed my reins, thou hast covered me in my mother's womb. I will praise thee, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are thy works, and that my soul knoweth right well. My substance was not hid from thee when I was made in secret, and curiously wrought in the lower parts of the earth. Thine eyes did see my substance, yet being unperfect, and in thy book all my members were written, which in continuance were fashioned, when as yet there was none of them. Oh, precious also are thy thoughts unto me, O God, how great is the sum of them. If I should count them, they are more in numbers than the sun. When I awake, I am still with thee, the black Christ, a man. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Verse 19 continues. Surely thou wilt slay the wicked, O God,
Depart from me, therefore, ye bloody men. For they speak against thee wickedly, and thine enemies take thy name in shame. Do not I hate them, O Lord, that hate thee question? And am I not grieved with those that rise up against thee question? I hate them with perfect hatred. I count them my enemies. Search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts. And see if there be any wicked way in me, and lead me in the way ever living, O thou most high. Jehovah, Rastafari. Repeat verse 24 and ending verse of Psalms 130 and 9. And see if there be any wicked way in me, and lead me in the way of ever living. Great God, Jehovah,
Rastafari.
Here ended the reading of Psalm 133, 134, 135, the Psalms chant 136, Psalms 137, 138, the glorious reading of Psalms 139. Glory be unto our Father, to the Son, and to our living one, our living one, as Jah was in the beginning, it's now, and then where shall be, where we out and world without end, Selah, where we out and Selah, Mount Zion, Zion, Holy Mount Zion, Zion, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Behold, to the work, is servants of our God. Let us follow the path that our Master have trod. With the balm of Jah comes our strength to renew. Let us do with our hands that our mind tell us to do. To the work, there is Savior for all. And the kingdom of error and darkness must fall. And the name Jehovah exalted will be, while we herald the tidings, salvation is free. Salvation, God, Jah Rastafari, Selah, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
My Lord.
Give thanks, honorable priests and priests. Give thanks to the 7 priests, for cutting and clearing and setting the way, removing all barriers and all obstacles from before us. As I and I, step forward to counsel together, to break bread together, to commune together, to build together, to love one another. In this time, Most High, Holy Emmanuel,
Jah,
Rastafari.
Yeah, man, give thanks to everyone that is present. Give thanks for all said and done from the beginning of this ceremony, Psalms reading, until this moment. As we are embarking on a very serious mission, it has been near 30 years since our father has, departed from amongst us. and we have not sit down as an order of priests to discuss our affairs. You know, our spiritual elevation has been stagnant. You know, as a unit, individually we might be growing, but together we have been apart. The order has been in disorder. So it is far due time that brothers in Christ, sisters in Christ come together and fulfill the work of the Black Christ, as was taught to us by our Father, the Black Christ. Holy Emmanuel, last year.
Selassie, yeah. Rastafari.
Rastafari.
And I give thanks for this, the Congress, you know, the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, and the true divine church of salvation. And I, the people, stand together with our Father in love and unity. Love of the Black Christ, not the love of the world. The love of the world is fickle and fake. But the love of the Black Christ is pure and divine. We give thanks for each and every one of I and I, because each of I and I is precious in the man's sight. As the I them know, the man say him walking with 101 go astray, and him leave the 99 to go look for the one, showing that each of I and I is precious to the man. So I and I must be precious to one another also. God, the God is not just in the man. The God is in each and every one of I and I. And we must exalt that God within us. We must know the God within us, so we can know the God within I and I, brothers and sisters, say it the Most High. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah.
Rastafari.
And as we continue this evening period of Thanksgiving, I would like to share a reading from His Imperial Majesty's speeches. This speech is on unity. We will continue with the reading. These are some of the problems that need our dedicated endeavors. Each specific problem and the general well-being of our peoples require unity of thought and action. Be it here at the Conference of Independent African States, at the United Nations, or at any international forum, our unity is truly our strength. We must give support to the struggle of the peoples of our continent by giving prompt expression to unity in our common cause. In the past, due to the subjugation of our lands and peoples by colonial powers, such a conference of our own was not possible. Today, it is not only possible to meet, but also to resolve united action in all matters of common interest by the process of consultation, such as the present one, just as what we are I and I doing right now, you know, endeavoring to conference and to discuss I and I problems in unity. The fate of our continent is no longer the fate of our continent is no longer decided by non-Africans. The traditions of Berlin and Algiers, the entire system of colonialism, are being wiped out from the continent. We now have our destiny in our own hands, but we must never slacken in our determination, never to allow new forms of colonialism, whatever their guise may be, to take hold of any of us. Entreat to the hard-won independence and indeed to the stability and peace of the world. African leaders must, in self-abnegation, press forward the economic, political, and spiritual welfare of their peoples in the interests not merely of national gain, but of that transcendent continental unity. Let me repeat that. African leaders must, in self-abnegation, press forward the economic, political, and spiritual welfare of their peoples in the interest not merely of national gain, but of that transcendent continental unity, which alone can bring to a close the era of colonialism and balkanization. The development of this process of consultation to its highest refinement is, therefore, in our own interests. It will not only bring governments to closer collaboration and understanding of each other, but it will also be a concrete evidence of our determination to direct our thinking to the common affairs of our continent. Consequently, the decisions and deliberations of this conference are of the highest importance, not only to our continent, but also to the world at large. And I will say that this speaks right now to the fact of I&I situation, because this conference is paramount to the future function of the Congress. And the Congress is vital to the Pan-African struggle and liberation of the continent. So these words, drive home our aim and objective in this conference. We pray, therefore, that the deliberations and decisions of this conference may not only stand the test of time and serve as an inspiration to the peoples of the continent, but that they may also enable us to attain, by common effort, a peaceful, free, and abundant life on our continent. Here ended the reading of the speech, Unity, by His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I. Yeah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yeah, the man said unity is the only accepted goal. And as the house of priests, we all know that a house divided against itself cannot stand. So being splintered and divided in cliques serve us no good. The power of numbers is very important to our victory, because even in the Revelation, which we chant so many times, the man gave us a quote of a number. He said 144,000 saints and elects. And the man said a number that is like the sands of the seashore. See, and so the 144,000 saints and elects are here to save the multitude. So I, who the man called to his order and has taught the divine way, how to live, how to function, taught us how to agitate for our rights, to demand our rights, to achieve our rights. We must continue the work until the victory is totally won. And the victory is not won until the African continent is totally free from colonial domination. As an order, we have been divided. The young ones coming into this liberty are confused. Many ones are confused about what is the real purpose of the Congress. We regurgitate the rhetoric that says, yes, freedom, redemption, international repatriation. But we don't really understand the fullness of that, because it takes work to achieve it. And it takes I working together as a unit, collaborating together, breaking bread together, having that gumminess, retaining that first love. Because when we first came to Farai, there wasn't anything that we could not do and wouldn't do. in regards of achieving our initiative, which is repatriation. But through all that has happened throughout time, the love wax cold, we have taken our eyes off the prize, which is the continent, and we have withdrawn into our self-centered approach. Well, we see that that is not serving us, because for over our near 30 years, we have been stagnant in our growth and development. Our elders are ailing. Many of the warriors who fought in many battles are now elders and need care. Like the saying goes, once a man, twice a child. Many of our elders are reaching that childlike state in their eldership and require the nurturing and the care, you understand, of one another, the support of the younger generation who is coming in. But we are not fostering that love. We are not creating that atmosphere in which the young ones see their duty and realize that it's a duty and freely take it up with love. That means we are failing in our duty as priests to transfer that same love that we were taught to this upcoming generation. Circumstances themselves make us what I and I are. We have found ourselves in a circumstance where we are not able to gather in the camp yard as back then. And now we really can see the power of the camp yard, because when we used to gather as a family within the camp, we had a stronger bond. Even when those of us that, resided in different regions leave and go forward to our region, we were still bonded by that love. But because of our father's departure, and we're not seeing that he has gone nowhere, but within I and I, we have spent time lamenting and walking in darkness, groping for the light. While the light is within I and I. The man say, I got trod, but we are going to know where him trod and how him trod. The man say, I'm not going to leave I and I alone. Him going to leave a comforter with us, even the word of truth. So the word of truth is our comforter. As long as I and I stand on the truth and right, as the Father taught I and I, we should become comforted, like the man said, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort I. Word, sound, and power. Knowing that the truth is, man and woman of a right is God and Goddess. And that now that the Father has trod, I and I supposed to be doing greater work than the Father, because him set it so. He gave us, he blessed us with that blessing. He gave us that power to do greater works than he did. But what we hear most of the time, boy, we now do that, because Dada never do it. It never do upon the hill. It never. We keep denying the God in I and I. Because the God in I and I have the right and the power to do what is right and what is needed within the time and space that I and I exist. Even if it wasn't done before, is the author of I and I faith, Emperor Haile Selassie I, said that a leader cannot just be a follower, of trends. A leader must also be a trendsetter. What does he mean by that? It means you have to be fearless and willing to do something that never was done, as long as you see that it can serve the greater good of all. Then no fear should be there for I and I to persevere and endeavor to do it. We can't be afraid of the naysayers, because as the man said in his speech, there is no lack of skepticism. You understand? There is no lack of sepulchral tones that deny the power within ones and ones. So there's always going to be those naysayers and those that sit on the fence, not doing anything, but have the loudest voice against those who are attempting to do something. So the man said, I and I have to be fearless and courageous in our approach to our task. And when we put our hand to it, he will empower I and I with that magic that we see the Father wield throughout the time that we walked with him, that I and I also can perform those magic. If it is to walk on water, or like Priest Lamont always says, speak to the mountain and say, remove, and the mountain remove. Through I and I faith, and I and I confidence in the God that is within I and I, say it the Most High. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah.
Jah. Rastafari.
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 As this is not a long moment of
Oh, Johnny. All right, Johnny.
I and I would open up the floor for a short moment. One can keep it spicy and nice, you know, as one's free to contribute whatever inspiration one's having them right now to share with the family. Ones would be free. And if not, then I and I could go right on into our closing hymn and see out the moment, because many more reasons going to take place throughout the strong end after the sabbatical reverence and the celebration reverence. We will go into our reasoning during the Sabbath evening with the Empress and the prophets, and on Sunday morning we will start the reasoning among the Melchizedek priests to discuss the spiritual matters that are pressing and need rectification. So the floor is open for a moment for anyone that wants to contribute something inspiring to the family. Well, if not, then we would go into the closing hymn and come down with this moment of thanksgiving.
Most High, Selassie I, Jah. Rastafari. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah.
Rastafari.
Yeah, give thanks for life and the mighty love giver. Give thanks for the giving of thanks. Give thanks for the coming together of and the communion of I and I. Most High, Selassie I, Jah.
Rastafari.
Yeah. Think it's 28 or 29 years now since the Right Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards made that transition. Priest Adigonu speaking to you now. Is an eyewitness to such transition made by the Right Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. From 1994, I saw the shakiness. But you see, the cardinal sin we commit now, the same Christian lifestyle and doctrine what we did lick against, we ended up in it. Because everything was King Emmanuel. With Jesus, we have Jesus out, King Emmanuel, right? King Emmanuel has gone. And one's looking like they want the grave to bust up. All right, Priest Heimly is here. And what do you find this inspiration was is a point I have to make. Our last priest reasoning, what them they call for by the so-called online parliament, was a sham to my observation. I was there. It was a sham. Elder priests like Priest Fleeger and them was coming with some scare tactics. And I want the idea to try understand I man. Anytime a Christian want get you in a them web, what they do, what's the famous book of Revelations them quote to you? The eternal fire and damnation. That's what they want to get you into. No, there's been reasonings come up recently where people self-delegate themselves towards making moves to Africa. And Priest Fleeger was telling once, if them not come to the foundation on the hill in Jamaica, Africa go spit them out, them are go get judgment. No. If a man come to I as a priest or a young one and say, he want to go straight to Africa and he don't want to go to Baba Hill in Jamaica, I not go deter him. But Priest Fleeger, as one of the elders, was saying that we wrong. I said, this is me, you know. The first time I intercepted the father was in 1992, but I was corresponding with the father from 1986. Even when I was at Ethiopian World Federation, remember I was corresponding with the father. The amount of bun I man get from my Ethiopian World Federation brothers and sisters when I left that. I still go check them as Rastafari when I left, but they wasn't having it. They say me breach them constitution, me left this, me leave Haile Selassie government. But I was 5 years EWF member, 30 plus years now in this EABIC. I've made journeys what is contrary to the order. But as a prodigal son, I never forget my father. And as an observer, seeing King Emmanuel's goodie put in the earth, not a stone tomb like the biblical one, but a earthly grave. I remember watching the sisters whose waists was band with black girls, you know, or turban. And when King Emmanuel Goody go down in the ground, I heard wailing from the Empress, them like, why Dada? I asked the question, why are they asking Dada? Why? That thing, what the world called death, that transition of the flesh came to the man. The man made many talks. He said in 1988, when Gilbert passed through, the man gave him a check and tell him to come. And his answer to the man was, I have 144,000 gather. Yeah? But his words was, when the man come again, I go with him. Hence 1994, he met that rod. Remember, there was a Passover and all heap of thing flesh eat and all of these things. But my point is, see, if we look to the continent and go home, any 33 parliament built in Africa, Jamaica is played out now. The Caribbean, the West Indies as a whole is played out, right? Don't we see black people, some people in the diaspora going home to Africa in their droves?
True.
Right? And we sitting back. I'm going to be honest, I love the Congress. I heard the report. I and a priest was reasoning up to yesterday on the priest, Jatogi and priest Blamont. And him said the report what I brought forward concerning Empress Bev and other ones wasn't kind of true. He kind of was offended when I said the spirit of King Emmanuel from I priest at the guns observation is not on the hill. If it was, these atrocities and things wouldn't be going on. No. With 2023, in the Ethiopian Julian calendar, September 11th is the new year. Under our Melchizedek calendar, February the 7th is the new year. We know if we deduct from every month, we will get the 13th month, even though we don't have a precise 13th month in this Julian and Gregory setting. But in Ethiopia, the 13th month, as it is now, is called Pagome, and it consists of 5 days. And when them have the so-called leap year, it consists of 6 days. So the 13th month in the Ethiopian calendar is the shortest month in the calendar. So where I am now, my inspiration is that if we look to the continent, seeing, if we relocate and set all who they are Jamaica, right? And all who can help them to come out, bring them over. Right about now, you know, we keep talking about 7, 9, or 30 miles of Black Star Line, high water ship. But Emperor Haile Selassie, I come higher than that and created the Ethiopian Airlines, which is the principal airport of all Africa. When I first got to Ethiopia in 2014, I see different color people on the plane, different from the regular native Ethiopian. I say, where are them people go? When I reach a terminal 2, which I noticed terminal 2 support looks like the most connected area in most airports throughout the world, because Heathrow Airport in England, terminal 2 is the connected terminal for most. When I reach Ethiopia, same thing. I see a host is standing there, steward, and she said, where you going? Are you embarking to come into land? Or are you going to next? Then I realized the people on there, some was going to Ghana, some was going to Nigeria, some was going to Gambia, some was going to Kenya, you know? So Bole Airport, B-O-L-E, is the principal airport for our connection to Africa. And the emperor created this particular airline. So all could be in connection with Africa. I remember when he go by train to Djibouti and all of them things there, you know. Remember, it's in private plane him off, you know, make him fly come to England. You see? So we have to realize in this time, we stand on the stage of world affairs and before the audience of world opinion, say the Most High and Prime Selassie, ja? Rastafari. So I say we must look to the continent. I was reading with a priest yesterday, and he was adamant that 33 people who have not got families or children or got any connections in the West, what can stop them from rally upon the earth to come. But I say it would be far better spent if we find somewhere in Africa that is up and running, i.e., I suggest at this time, Kenya is the most organized structure of Rastafari, Baba Ashanti in the continent now. South Africa have the most turban persons, and some of them is not EABIC. But I say Kenya, from my observation, should be, in the meantime, until the crown head is sorted out, be the vanguard where we should enter into Ethiopia through, and the headquarters for now should move there, and everyone should look to go there as their Mecca, as opposed to Egypt, Jamaica, Northeast side, Warwick Hill. That is my personal endeavor, and I'm saying, if you bless me with the necessary finance, any amount of elders and brethren, young, old, I'm going to carry them to Ethiopia, the crown head with me. The brethren them in Ethiopia named High Priest Adigon, ambassador for that move. I'm trying my best. Sometimes there's been some ups and downs. We've heard of man making threats to brethren down there recently from Priest Jacob and Priest Kevin and Priest Rackhaven. The whole thing. I'm trying to sort out that whole demise in there. But at the same time, I'm still on it, you know. I'm a crowned man. I'm not against Ghana, I'm not against Nigeria or any of them. I'm a crowned man. So I've always put most of my energy in recent time towards getting the crowned. And a priest said a thing the other day, said when it comes to the continent of Africa, I think it was Priest Archibald from the Balkans, he said South Africans gravitate to this order, Kenyans gravitate to it. Most Ghanaians gravitate to it. But him said Ethiopians in Abyssinia, and it's true, we try crown up ones down there, and by them Orthodox family get to them, they back with them. So it is a battle when it comes to the crowned, but I have got endeavor to do. You know what we need to do in all of these communities when we're going to Africa? Just move with the principle. Hear the priest, Dougie say, about the camp vibes. I remember my first Sabbath, I get greet. All hail the power of Negus, name let angels prostrate fall. Crown him King Emmanuel. And I remember I was in the art for 4 months and I get high priesthood. You see it, I get it quick. Because dissension to cause I get it Saturday morning, Sunday. Prophets run to the gatehouse. My Lord, what I want? The man they just come from over foreign and get priesthood already, but the father showed them, say, from 1980 and when this man has been corresponding with us and he always show that art. So when we see him in person and him go up on the field and show him works, he did find worthy. So I man is still in the office of acting priest at this present, but I know I have the quality to lead. So at the same time, right, him say him call upon the young because them is strong and the elder because them know. And like the priest, Dougie, honestly spoke on his truth. Our elders of ailing right now. Some of them got bad eyesight, some of them got bad hearing, some of them can't walk properly, all kind of things. Seeing our master elder, King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, the ancient of days, has made that trot. And I saw his sickness. Imagine when the man sick now, man, I say, oh, we don't forget the world out a road doctor. Cause what? Him is the great physician in Can. He himself. This is the Jesus
Yes, man.
what we put on him. Anyway, as time is short, and like I say, it's not a long reasoning.
Yeah,
See,
man.
I say, let us look towards try reach Africa, all who can make I Foundation reach somewhere in Africa. Let's do it. And do give thanks for this platform and all other reasons to continue after such sabbatical. Give thanks, Holy Emmanuel Haile Selassie Rastafari, peace and love, all of the love, out of Sabbath, give thanks for the food of 7. Blessed.
My Lord. Yeah, man. Good reason, my virgin, good testimonial, Yeah, just one thing I really have to say towards what the virgin said. A lot of what hamper I and I is that religious mindset we have. Religion is a thing we lock in our box. And we use it against one another because man try to draw scriptures and interpret it in certain way to kind of corral you from expressing yourself as a free individual. See it. So that is one of the things that I and I have to know. The Melchizedek order is not a religious order. Seeing this order where Dada said is a liberating order. It's liberation theology the man teach. The man never teach a religious theology, something that lock we in our box and lock our mindset. Because from I reach at the yard, all I see spear evolution, When I first reach at the yard, I hear fire burn nuts and bolts. Man burn passport, man burn plane and them thing there. And then I live to see the father send gospel bells mission from plane. I did it right there when Dada asked Priest Turks to look about them documents before him the trad, because him saying they have a trad for make. And him want Priest Turks to look about them documents. Seeing out of the father mouth I hear that, no man not tell I that. So when I and I lock I and I self in this box and paint I and I father like him is a religionist, because a religionist is a locked in man. Him don't have a open mind. Him just locked into film dogma. And film dogma is the only dogma. There is no other reality but that reality. See, our father was not like that. That's a false image I and I paint the father with. Our father was an evolution man. A man where grow within knowledge, grow within understanding, and as him grow, him change and evolve him program and him live it. Seeing the man say him did born migration. But when him see same time I extend, it come out of him own mouth too. A lot of the elders can tell you, say, them hear the sound when the man say he never know same what I did down there so long. So those are realities where the man face, and when him face them reality, what him do? Him set up the gospel bells mission and him says, go in. And him tell us how to go in. Him tell us how to act when we go in, how to move with the people. Him tell us how to set the program. All of those discussions we had with the father, how to set the thing properly. See, and evolve with the thing. The man said, if you're going at the people in place, and he said, the people might jump on one foot, you jump on 1 foot too. That don't mean say if you see the people that do follow them. but it means say you don't go in at the people and place and dictate to them like you want to religiousize the African. We are the ones that lost our identity. I and I in the West, yeah, lost our identity. We are coming back to it. We are regaining it. That is the part we are on. That is what the Father did for us. He brought back our Africanness. He brought back our African spirituality to us, that we can further evolve in our livity in a seed. So these are the things that I and I have to discuss and take into account. We have to revise and look at our rhetoric. We have to start with our constitution, revise our constitution, make sure say it depicts the time in which we live, that it have all the characteristics in it that it's supposed to have to be a valid constitution, and not just a start or a, because the Virgin them did the best they could do at the time when they did it, the knowledge that they have. They did not know the fullness of how to put together a living document. And this is not a criticism. This is just a reality. They only knew what they knew, and they did the best that they could with the knowledge that they had. It is for others now who is coming in who have knowledge. We're not going to say greater, but added knowledge now that can make the document what it's supposed to be. That's I and I duty to do that. This thing about you can't change it because these things are what is holding us back, denying the God within each and every one of I and I. Floor is open.
My Lord and Majesty, blessed love, honorable House of Israel. Give thanks for the celebration going through the earth. And I agree with what Honorable Priest Dog is saying and what Honorable Priest Adigan said. But we lack something in ourselves. We lack the exercise of the mind. We do not practice the thing that we think. We do not have no control of our ideas. How does the brain come up with an idea? From the cognitive perspective, our brain allows us to voluntarily think of a concept from our imagination, which in turn trigger up the next and so on, leading us to a stream of thought, something that is likely doesn't exist in no animal, only in this I and I, the superior being. What makes an idea good is a question. A truly great idea is one that you believe in wholeheartedly, something you are willing to stake your whole reputation on, something should be with passion, something you should always try to shine through in your business, in the church, on the altar, in family, all our ideas. We must be able to impress people, investors, to bring clients, to bring people together, to win each other. So we have to go deep, so the man says that schoolroom. And we have to educate ourselves. Education is the key towards our progress. Without education, we shall perish.
Totally.
Because we have to be educated in our way. We have to understand what the ideas are all about. We have to understand our business, our purpose. This idea what Honorable Priest Doggy came about. It's a seed that was planted in him from the ancestors that we must be able to use that and connect with him and use our own ideas to create. Psychologists say ideas come from the brain and from the mind and from firing connections of different synapses to create the dots between the thought and the images, and the physical response is the last product out of it. The unconscious mind, which is the subconscious mind, which is the mind we use when we're resting in the night and we're sleeping and things. That mind, as the scientists prove, stores a bulk of our ideas, that we all our ideas reside in. That's why when we envision, we see ourselves flying and we do certain things that we can't do when we up in this conscious self, in this conscious frame of doubt. The subconscious mind holds so much ideas. We must know how to use it. Everything resides in our subconscious mind. And it's additionally a truth perspective if we can control our own individual creativity. And that will help us to grow and expose our ideas and create better ways and methods to solve the situation. We have to dig into ourself of self into God. That is Godship. Going into your own ideas, comrade, and coming up with things to make it easier, to make it simpler. Let's not be fighting. What Priest Douglas is truth. The Constitution, we give thanks and we applaud it. It was well done for that time. But in the creation, we must recognize evolution, and we must realize change and amendment. In everything we do, in everything, the Empress League, there's women's rights that are being deprived. Things come like it becomes dormant if you don't act and if we don't change things. Without change, change is the only thing that is permanent. And change is so prevalent that sometimes we are scared of change to make that step out. Man feel like that I will do you something wrong. Use our thoughts and we must use our ideas to take us where we want to go. Because without that, things could never become tangible. A thought in the head is not tangible. But when we put it into action, it becomes tangible, something we could touch, smell, feel. And we can use our thoughts and bring it out, express it in words, in action, in our senses. We can give symbols and code to each other. So I'm just trying to say that we need to dig in deeper into our minds and use our minds, especially for our social and our cultural variety. Because we are not using 100% of us. We're not using too much of our brain because we limit ourselves by what these global rulers tell us. And they took everything from us to try and subdue us and keep us dormant while we're supposed to be receptive. So we must think and watch and focus on our surroundings and shape our thoughts and mold the innovation of our prosperity. We have to do that. We have to do communal society, understanding and communication. We must share as members our thoughts and our ideas in life, working together instead of working apart. The concept of diffusion is part of the perspective that they put to keep our ideas down. How we spread our ideas from culture to culture is just as important as how they were created. And there can be no ideas without creativity, no creativity without ideas. We need them both to do our job. We must all be psychologists, philosophers, anthropologists, and whatever, doctors, lawyers, laborers, husbands, kindreds, hydrans, empresses, husbands, wives. We must be sure about ourselves, and we must think. We must always agree on certain things and use our creativity to extend and expand. Life is about energy, expansion, consumption. We must learn, we must educate. I think we lack education. We all lack education so much. That will have us scared. And we are brilliant minds here. We are like-minded people out here. Everyone could teach one song. Who don't know this could teach. But we must use our ideas more. We must be more coherent and cognitive in our thinking. We must think that things can happen. We must be able to move things in the mind without touching them. We must be able to use the spiritual ladder, the spiritual hammer, the tape, the compass, what they use in Freemasonry. Them things come from us. So we need to study a little more. I didn't mind, I didn't try to bore anyone. I just want to go deep into the cranium so we could touch each other and we could ignite that moral way, a moral thought, for a moral choice, for a moral congregation. My Lord and Empress.
Give thanks. And floor open.
Majesty, my Lord.
Short
Give
and
thanks.
spicy, brethren.
Yeah, give thanks for all that have been said and done. And as me go along, this come to my heaven, like to say, just set a foundation. And we come now. And the Black Christ salvation supposed to address all aspects of humanity. So in every, just say, he went among the heathen and we see their ways. And now he's setting up a standard that is higher than them. The standard is the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. So we are born again people, and we must think that way. And don't be afraid when Jah talk to we, that we can talk to each other, because Jah not stagnant, ever evolving, ever. Just the mere fact that we are on a Zoom tonight show you the physical involvement of mankind. And we using them things to empower ourselves. So I give thanks for this empowering moment, my Lord, and let us continue in such a road. You know, at the end is a rainbow. Rastafari, my Lord.
Yes, my Lord. Yeah, man, we have to use technology, my Lord, you know. His Majesty, the art of finite faith. We must listen to the man. The man, that was his thing, you know. Him always looking around the world to see the new development. And if it can work in a film space. If it not, then if it not good for film people, him leave it alone. But from it can help him people to develop and advance. Him infuse it. That's the example we have to follow. Floor open to one to want to reason. Keep it nice and simple and short and spicy, family.
Yes, my Lord, glorify.
Yeah, man.
Majesty. Yes, sir. Yeah, man, give thanks once more, you know. Man, say short and spicy, you know. So, you know, we give thanks for the Father, same way, you know. As the man say, you know, he never really want to leave us on the West, still, you know. Because with his soul, it depend on him, you know, as a father still, as a, you know. You know, when you are your brother grow up and, you know, you always run to your father, forget some justice or, you know. So him did that send some little message to me and, you know, I show a certain thing, but whenever they really observe, you know, him that show me how if stand on my own, you know, how to go through the struggle of life, how to unite for reach in a Mount Zion, you understand? But whenever they really take the time out for really listen and study the signs at the time. So I say because him always say, my Lord, all the eye them, you know, gods and goddess of the earth, you know, my Lord. And that's why him always a point to himself. You see it? Stand up. You see it? So the man make a chat and we see the confusion, you know. So we know the ones that we really know the God, the ones that we stand up and can manifest in work same way. You see it? And stand up with the family and, you know, without no confusion amongst one another, you know. Them man, they are the man that will really that take notes and I observe and I reason with the man. You see it? And because this is no fairy tale, you know. This is no a diggle and these things, you know. This we are dealing with the reality. We go in a Zion, you know. So through the man say short and spicy still, you know, that are my few words saying, you know, give thanks to the program, say, Lord.
My Lord.
Yes,
Solid
my
tone.
Lord.
Solid tone, my Lord. You know, give thanks to your son, Priest Daniel. Yes, Mama.
Yes, I give thanks to life. You know, I give thanks to the Sabbath. Also give thanks to the glorious celebration, you know, the Black Christ Mass, you know, the birth of earth, you know. Yes, I give thanks to each and every one. Give thanks to this gathering, you know. This is the first time, you know, something like this, of this nature, ever happen on a Friday night. It's for a cause. It's for a reason, you know. And that I never do nothing without no reason. And so we give thanks to each and every one who gathered tonight, who participate, who sing, who read, who culture. We give thanks to everyone voice who put together. Because the man say, together we are strong.
True, mama.
And dividing, we are weak. No, this is the time. There's no better time than now. That is, you see. And if I and I, sons and daughter, who belongs to the one father and mother, if I and I cannot see what is happening around us, you know, then we don't know, I don't know when we are going to see. By coming like saying, see that will wipe our eye clean. It coming like that, it is darkening. So my brother and sister in Christ, now is the time. Clear your eye, get some bright eye, or some herb water and thing and wash our eyes and cleanse our ears because we have to see, right? Now is the time for us to get together. It's no divided because there is no divided. People can't go to Zion, you know. No matter what we do, we have to come in one. We have to move as one people. And how are we going to do that if we don't work together? And I will always say, and this is my secret songs and solo, I will always sing, together we walk, together we talk.
Together
right?
we
And together, unity is a must. So no matter how long it takes, and how we have to come together. Brothers and sisters in Christ, we have to put differences aside, flush it down, wash it away, and join hands and all together. You see, no matter the reason and the big this and the big that and whatever, right? If we don't come together, then all of that no make no sense. And the next thing, love. You know, love. The simple little 4-letter word. Love is the key, the golden key. You know, see, until we get that, until we have our heart, you know, full of love and can forgive one another and we can work together and we respect each other and we minister love. Love, boy, because our first commandment is love. And Dada is love. And we are his children, right? So therefore, if we are Dada children and I are follow in his footsteps, then we have to manifest that little word called love. So I give thanks for my few words. I give thanks for the gathering. I give thanks for the love. Love is the key, my Lord. Blessed celebration to one and all, you know, near and far, no matter where you are. Blessed love. Love is the key, my Lord. And then blessed love.
Spoken like a true mother, you know? Yeah, man. That is I mother. Spoken like a true mother. Yes, Mother Miriam. Yeah, man.
Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. We give thanks to him for the word, you know, even the word together, you know, because even within the etymology of the word, you can see say together, you know, and is beneficial when you gather together to get together, you know, to do certain things, you know, and even in Bobo Hill in those days, you know, it is or was a community upon a hill, you know. I mean, even when you look within that word is come, unity, come, unity. So you have to come to unity, come to unite. And that's where everybody flock to unite, you know. But to say, you know, short, sweet and spicy, you know, is mystic, you know, to see how Jah goody, his essence transcend throughout all the earth. Because I rebirth in St. Thomas Virgin Islands. I wasn't rebirth in Jamaica. I didn't, I wasn't in that culture. I was in a different culture. But for some reason, the word of the Black Christ reached I no matter where and I was, even as a young man. You know what I mean? So it mystic to see how the Father just transcend, and his essence just went throughout all the earth, to gather the come unity. My Lord and Majesty, give thanks and praise, even for the celebration same way, give thanks after Sabbath, and give thanks even for this forum, give thanks for I coming together to, even rectify and beautify our Congress. My Lord and Empress, give thanks.
My Lord. The one thread that I'm hearing and I'm loving coming through from even first evening reasoning is the fact that all of I and I is seeing that unity is the only accepted goal. Floor is open. Without unity, we go nowhere, That is the test that we have been put here to pass our field.
And that unity that they are speaking of, on the rise are very reality checks here. Because we give thanks for the forum and how we are approaching it and our endeavors and our intention, because they say action is judged by its intention. But at the same time, we mustn't alienate the Sunday reasoning neither. We had to find a common ground. Yes, have some kind of arrogant people, yes, and all these things. But Jah called us all. So it is imperative to I and I to be a bridge and not a wall. Easier said than done because we know how it goes. I just saying, we're not holding on to one to abandon the next. We who see the greater need for unity have to find ways to make the light shine, to make man realize that together we are stronger. My Lord, bless us.
Yes, please, hear what I'm going to say now, or maybe it's a question I'm going to pose. We all stand for the unity and we have made, endless effort towards it. Now I'm going to speak for myself. Camp call several times, say them want ones and ones to come reason on how to get it together. Seeing, we give all kind of pretty names to it, refurbishing, rebuilding, whatever. And we fly in. Several of I and I fly in from overseas. Seeing, now I have been within the last 28 years to at least 3 of these reorganize ourselves gatherings on the foundation. And the same set of ones continuously bar any progress from taking place, any unity, of the international family from forging. How do we get past that? How do we, what do we do? Do we keep doing the same thing and expect a different result? Because I think them said that define insanity,
No.
We have to find new ways, We have to find new ways to do our Father's work.
What we do, we continue what we do in here, but our hands and hearts are always open, and our ideas are not secret, but Jah is not a secret. So, word song can reach. You hear me?
Yeah, man, definitely.
Yeah.
Agreeing with you 100% there, sir.
He said we continue what we're doing. We not slow down with progress, and we not cheat out the meditation what you give we. And we sharing, and we you know what I mean, we in the place side way. Because we not no secret. And I can't sit down and say, well, sir, but my confident in the cause of right. You know what I mean? It's a priest, my confident in the cause of right. So we just have to continue doing what we're doing. Manifest the ideas, manifest the meditation, and we share it. I mean, as a man pick it up, but a man couldn't say we are going like us some overthrow or we on the sideline or not like that. Because you can hear talk like that. But we have to be confident in what we are doing and our intentions, my lord.
And yeah, I will add just one thing to that, like you say, and I'll endorse what they say. We don't have no door. So we not close no door for no one because we don't have that authority. They never close no door for I and I. But I and I have to at least use I and I wise mind, like they say, and find new ways to accomplish the task at hand. You know, because if there's a wall or there's a path, something blocking I and I path over there, so then we create a different path and go around the wall, go over it, go. You know. But right now, for nearly 30 years, we make the wall black until people start to lose them life because of it. Because it's despondent, people get despondent and stop come at the hill, you know. Only a senior man that grew up on the hill for the last 17 years, them don't go at the hill because of all of the isms and systems that man don't want to put up with, man don't have to put up with anymore. Because, like the father said before him, try them free every man. Man must go rise them army. But out of the love and through there's an order. It's the Melchizedek order. It's not an individual thing. Man still looking to collaborate and unite. But there are those that just unity just does not serve their purpose, it seems like.
Not cutting it. I priest Isaac me looking at. Okay. It looks like priest Isaac.
It's not serving certain ones best interests. So they stand as a barrier to unity. Now there's a whole lot of youths coming in all over the world. South Africa have it. Bobo Ashanti is rising up all over the world. Instead of we spend our time continuously butting head, trying to put together this so-called 33-man parliament where man and man is not willing to open the process and make it simple. Because it's a simple process, you know. You set an unbiased forum, an open forum, and you invite your international family. The different branches, you make them send them representative. You take your nomination for who regions then say as capable and competent representatives to fulfill the post. Then you have an open process. But ones and ones are refusing to do that. Ones and ones have spent years on that same parliament, that Sunday evening. Nothing achieved. Now we're going and is on that same parliament. Once on that same parliament, you're saying ones can't amend the constitution, ones can't do this, ones can't do that. Then how do we grow? How do we advance? How has that served us for the last 30 years? Not doing anything, not being creative and using our ingenuity. How has that served us for the last 30 years? What have we achieved? Open floor.
Honor my Lord and Empress. Honor Priest Dougie, you know, I man give thanks for all that has been said and, you know, everything that we have talked about and we have discussed since we have started. They are so vital and so important. And all of them make sense And still I see that there is a basic misconception or a basic misunderstanding of a particular part of our culture, because I think one of the things that is really keeping us apart and is preventing us from making decisive decisions without wondering what is going to be said about it is the way that we recognize King Emmanuel and the way that we understand his old philosophy, what he really aimed to teach us. And I believe the basic problem is that we recognize him in some way and we don't recognize him in some way. It's a double-fold recognition problem of King Emmanuel and a double-fold understanding of his real teaching, the essence of it. First of all, when we look at the way how we recognize King Emmanuel, we recognize him as the only source in which God is. We see him, and when I say we, I am talking about an outlook, even though I myself, I think I have removed and I have drawn away from that now, but it was something that really had me too, that we saw in King Emmanuel the true divinity that we believe cannot be housed anywhere else but in Dada. And to me, that is one of the basic problems, because it is preventing us from respecting each other, from valuing ideas and thoughts and recommendations that we bring forth to each other, because we are thinking that we do not have that amount of authority to create or do anything new that was not hinted by Dada. That is a basic drawback to progress, because it would mean then that no matter how innovative and developmental some ideas are, if they don't seem to be sticking to some of the long time tenets and trend of Dada, ones seem to think that it is Balaam, it is opposite to King Emmanuel, and you're fighting against this, or you're coming with something new, or you may even be called a politician. And that is because they are not seeing in themselves that true idea of God in you, to know that you can create. There are things that you can create. King Emmanuel wanted us to see God in us in the sense that we can use logics and create and do and improve and modify things that even he himself said and did. Because he wanted us to see that he was teaching us relevant to the time and the level of knowledge and understanding that could be and should be imparted at that time. And so until we begin to see in us that amount of divine capability, we are not going to move on easily. Until we begin to see in us, and one of maybe the reason it's so hard to be seen is that it's not being lived. That divine Melchizedek that is to be in each of us. I fear when I see what's happening, that it's not really intrinsic in many of us as priests. So we are still just empty, just looking at Dada as the only person that can make a decision, that can say anything that was not said before. That is a big drawback, because the man said we are God. And remember that the only thing that makes Dada's teaching different from the other gods and the other people out there is that he said righteous man is God in flesh, and righteous woman is goddess in flesh. That is not just a bypass word. That is not a common saying. That is the epitaph of Dada's teaching. That
Yes,
Dada wants,
yes,
and that's the only thing that makes him different. Or else will be just the ordinary other
yes,
Christian,
yes,
other Muslim, other that is out there.
true.
Dada brought us to the reality that we have to be creators. We have to be inventors. We can't be afraid. You can't have levity in the work that you are doing when you are divine. And if you know you are divine, you will know that divinity can be in your brother too. And you will know that he will speak things that are divinely inspired and they can be adhered to. And without that, we are going nowhere. And without that, I'm satiated. And without that, I'm thinking to align myself to people who understand that divinity is in people that are divinely moved and guided. And we as priests, and especially priests of the Melchizedek order, because Melchizedek was that mystic, and because we are not living a life in the mystic realm, we are not seeing any kind of mysticism or divinity about us.
Yes.
We are just ourselves as common people, just a group of us reveling and wrangling for power and authority and trying to look. People have lost all form of humbleness, all form of meekness, all form of humility. People are just like politicians, hegemony for power. And if you want to say this, you're trying to look like this kind of no God in man is not going to work. We have to begin to talk about divineness, to understand truly that clean levity can create great power. True levity can break down mountains. True clean divine levity with right. You see, I want to leave the word holiness. I want to center on something like righteousness and uprightness. Those are the kind of things, the words and the actions that are missing from us. We are missing righteousness. Because I think, you see, the two words that keep those two words hand in hand and well intermarried in each other. Because, of course, when one is truly holy, one indeed has to be righteous if you are not faking holiness. But I am seeing a lot of fake or a lot of misunderstanding. Because holiness is how we deal with that our divine source. Holiness is your personal, individual approach and attention that you give to divine source based on what you hope to achieve from your divine source. But righteousness is a matter that deals with personal, interpersonal relationship. It has to do, righteousness is not to have nothing to do with God. Righteousness has to do with brethren, with people, with daily living, with how you think about act. That is righteousness. You don't have to go to church to deal righteous. You have to have a clean conscience. You have to have a mind that is telling you that your aim is to try to be perfect, because that is what holiness is calling you to be. So if you're talking about being a priest, you have to talk about living right, first of all, among your brothers. They have to see your righteous levity to respect your holiness. You can't live riotously, wickedly, bitchily, connivingly, hypocritically, bad-minded, envious, petty. And when you live that way in front of me, and you go on the altar and you say you're holy, I am quizzical about you. I am quizzical about what you're saying you're defending. You are making me confused. You are confusing others. Because if we continue to do the things we are doing to each other, to judge wickedly, unfairly, unjustly, connivingly. You are being the devil's advocate, because he said he prepares man in his wisdom to rule over the world and all things created with holiness and righteousness, and to judge with an upright heart. So it's about how we deal with, because I can't judge your holiness. Your holiness can be, your holiness has to be a matter between you and Dada, you and your divine source. Your righteousness is what is a matter of what you do in your daily livity, your day and your daily thinking, which will testify your manifestation. So these are some of the ways that I want to see us endeavor to put forward, so that we can bring out the God, we can bring out the intrinsic God in us by our own endeavor to be righteous, to be upright.
So
We
I
are going
have a question. I have a question, Priest Lamont.
My Lord.
Do we see the Black Christ as a dictator?
No. We see him as a uniter, as a oneness, as a tewahedo,
as a teacher,
who understands the power. That's why we can't overcome the enemy. That is trying to show us that it's an ocean sort of current. That's why when they marched around the walls of Jericho, the army went. If one of them had shouted, the wall would not have fallen down. The wall fell down because they shouted together.
Rastafari.
That I want us to manifest. That's why the CIA and all those evil were able to come into us, because we were not giving God any support in that ocean current of divinity. We were only extracting from him. We were not giving him any. We were not supporting him with divine thinking, with divine understanding of the forces that were coming against him, that were preventing us from being liberated, that were preventing us from overcoming those whole of challenges with the government and all these things. We were not helping him pray enough with the understanding of what he was doing. Because remember, he came in this time not as a lamb to the slaughter. He did that the first time when he came out boldly and challenged them and say, I am the Son of God, and me and the Father is one, and what have you, with a new thing. And he knew he came to lay down his life for that. He did that, but he come now as a man acquainted with sorrow and grief and touched by to live with us. That's why he come and live. Him never make them kill him, and him make them beat him and him get better, and then broke him up and him heal, and him sick and him old, and we have to look about him. But he remained perfect and pure. He stood up. Him never bowed to the white world. Him never give up amidst everything. He was man, but he was God. We have to realize that as man, we have to live the God in us now. And we have to make that God in us come to do what King Emmanuel.
Yeah, my Lord.
Over time, my Lord. Give thanks, my Lord.
But you see what I take away from what I say as a reality. I and I need to understand what it is to be man, to understand what it is to be God. Because a lot of I and I understanding is just about the realm of God, and we're not seeing says man is God. What is man? Yeah, what is man? When you understand what man is, then you understand what it is to be a God.
Me and our brethren had a reason already, and then we come to the consensus. Man of right is God in flesh. The key word is man.
Then on that, it's man. Because that is the thing, No one back in the day, evening camp when reason going on, you think you could tell anyone that Her Majesty or His Majesty had children outside of them one another? One want to see God as this perfect supreme. and not seeing the man side of God. That's why they make Dada suffer the way Dada suffer. You know, when Dada did this, I man asked the man there. When I get the sound there, Dada fell down and him hip get damaged up. I asked the man if them carry him go get him checked or them bring a doctor come get him checked. The sound of a man, yeah, you know, Rasta is that the man will heal himself, the man all right, the man of God, the man want nothing. Those kind of reasoning, Rasta, is religious, is really that's what religion do to you. Because that's the religious talk. Instead of seeing the man now, seeing the human side, that the man him temple is human, his flesh and blood. So if it's going to get repaired in a certain way, you have to get the expert who know how to repair it. It's not everything you can drink herbs for. It's not everything you can, you understand? When certain things are chronically damaged, little herbs can't help it. It wants solid, concentrated medicine, but cannot fake it right away. A man just looking at the God side. Yes, the man is God. That is why all I and I is God, man of right, and the man with the ultimate right. So the man of God beyond God, but him still human. Haile Selassie the first was human. Say when him sat, just one more thing, when him sat in Bath watching the reports from the war in Ethiopia when he was in exile, them say after that was giving the account, say she said the tears that dropped from him eye onto him hand that was burned by the mustard gas. So the man dropped tears when him seeing people them suffer and die. He was human. Give thanks.
And the reason they were so scared to see that Dada was man is that they are fearing that they, being man and being flesh, will have to have that divinity. Flesh don't want, I know this even among our brethren, enough of them don't want to accept the responsibility of divine living to create the mysteries and the miracles that it takes to get through. So them just, as I said, them host it in Dada alone. And them afraid, and just the way they want to house it in Dada, them starts that Dada no need no food. Dada no need them food for dress. Dada no need this. Because they're saying being God must need that. So it means that they are withdrawing themselves from that responsibility.
Well, and we need to embrace the reality that man die. The temple go as far as it can go because it is human and it can't go no more, and you have to lay it down. You have to lay down the vessel there, and you go back to your light source where you come from. See, instead of I and I prepare for those things, instead of I and I prepare for the inevitable. See, prepare yourself mentally and everything. That's why people are afraid of death. People don't want to talk about it because you fear the reality. You fear the reality. You understand? When death not have no power over I, because I don't fear that reality, brethren, because I know say death laying down the temple is not the death, you know, brethren. It's when you have succumbed to sin that is the death, you know. Yes, when you are a sinful soul, you have no return. That is what I'm about.
I was just musing and this writing came to me and I wrote it down. But part of it says that, you know, I said the Black Christ, you know. I said part of it, it says that I didn't, what I wanted us to understand was that the Christ Melchizedek is not just a flesh. It's not it's a way of life. It's a liberty. Liberty. It's not just an individual. You know,
liberty.
Right here I say he came full of light to show that it's not the incorruptible flesh that is the Christ. It's a way of life. So we fail to see that in us because we are trying to think that Christ, Melchizedek, is just one man. Because if you remember we say, you know, it means from that time to this time. So if it's clear then that if he's from that time to this time, it can't be just an individual. It's an intellect. It's an energy. It's the same energy.
Worshiping him, when say worship him in spirit and in truth. In spirit and in truth.
So in other words, that who was from that time even to this time is faceless and formless.
Yes. It
My
means
Lord, my Lord and Majesty.
that it's an energy that was in that person at that time, that same energy, that same intellect. It's the same word. That's why I'm saying in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. If there's a word, there has to be a speaker, a lecturer, elect, the intellect, the energy, the knowledge, and King Emmanuel come with that same intellect, same energy as that Melchizedek that was then that met Abraham, that was there. The same intellect, the same energy in a different person, in a different time, in a different age, same manifestation. That is how I see it.
My Lord and Majesty, if I might say something, I hear the item talking, right? I want to go back to the point when Priest Ainsley was talking about we mustn't leave, we must build bridges and not walls. I understand that too. Understand what Priest Dougie say, that he been trying over and over, same way, he tried different forms, and the man them don't want to change. Because the man them is dogmatic. And we sometimes be dogmatic too. And a lot of things we do, we're not supposed to do. We Christianize Emmanuel. We don't see ourselves as the creator, and we must see ourselves equivalent to Dada. That's what Dada was trying to show us. We must find the God in ourselves, and the goddess in the Empress, same way. We must not have doubts about that. All right, we must not be limiting ourselves. What we lack is understanding. What Honorable Priest, the Honorable Priest's name is Lamont. What Honorable Priest Lamont is saying is making a lot of sense. He's saying that we just have to be the God and be omnipotent and omnipresent and omniscient and take the duty up and take up the mantle and run with the mantle. What Priest Dougie is saying is we cannot just be doing the same thing with a bunch of men who closing doors on us and shutting doors on us, and we're limiting ourselves. So we must not be limited. We are too limited. We are limiting ourselves by not taking the initiative and doing what we have to do. We're waiting for some. Dada not coming out of no sky or out of no sepulchre to do nothing for us. Marcus is not, and neither is King Selassie. They are all written out and they left information. You'll find it in the volume of a book. That is the man's life. The life is in the word, you know. In the ancient days, you used to sign your name with a pen using a red ink, signifying your blood. So we have to go deep into our internal, into the esoteric, into our internal, where everything lies, where everything resides. There is no death. We all saying everything making sense. There is no death. We mustn't fear death. There's a group of people who have a secret society who is running a parliament. I'm getting a big fight with them. They locked me out the other day. I ain't gonna stop fighting with them, but I'm ready to jump up on that because that platform is just using people. I'm taking myself up the economic committee. I come up with ideas out of this world. They lack ideas. And we must not lack ideas. We must not be scared to trod our trod and start with a few. Start with 1 and 2 and 2. I rather to have 2 righteous men around me and 100 men dictating my faith and trying to define and trying to control me and enslave me.
Honorable, you say any Emmanuel is I. Any verse is I. Any Marcus Garvey is I. So one can go
is I.
Anyone can go tell you that. Anyone can go tell the world that Priest Dougie said that.
Not sure.
Man going to say a blaspheme. But the man tell us that the Father and the Son is the same. The Father and the Son is one. The man even goes as far as to say, when him tried, we are going to do greater work than him. But that means, what do we understand?
And we mustn't scared to do greater things. Man scared to do greater things, my Lord. Man
My
scared
Lord,
to try the fiery furnace.
I pray
Scared.
thee, even upon the type of Melchizedek. It's simple. You see, this religious emphasis, you know, on the type of Melchizedek, because it's a beginning of the end of life. But look, what does it say? First by interpretation, king of righteousness. King of righteousness. So all of these three men are kings. Marcus, King Emmanuel, and Emperor Haile Selassie. So all of them stand as Melchizedek. Right? Marcus stand in the prophet Melchizedek, king of righteousness. King Emmanuel stand as the priest in Melchizedek, king of righteousness. Emperor Haile Selassie, king of righteousness. So if we take the religious emphasis of it and look at it for what it is, king of righteousness, it's simple, you know. First by interpretation, king of righteousness, king of Salem. King of righteousness, that's all Melchizedek mean. King of righteousness. So let I reflect and be the king of righteousness. My name Adigon. My name Adigon means righteous, which is right. So righteous. You understand? So man of righteousness is man of right. That is the root word. You understand? So king of righteousness. So you come back as John Lomond will say, it's more your righteousness than your holiness. Even though the scripture say, be holy because I am holy, but it's righteousness exalted here even before holiness.
So,
And
right.
righteousness will make you holy too.
So you see the consensus? Come and listen to all of the items. We listen to ourselves, you know. Because what
Yes,
we say make a holy percent, you know. Because Honorable Priest Lamont come and explain what righteousness means, you know. Good living between one another.
Natural. No, what I am trying to emphasize.
That becomes holiness.
What I was trying to emphasize, yeah, people always want to get in this high mystical interpretation of the Tycho Melchizedek, which is just a basic and simple meaning, king of righteousness. You understand? This is what we do. We're going to the Bible now. We're going to the Bible now. Remember, you know, symbolic. I don't know if I can walk on the water, but there was a part in the Bible, you know, according to, you know, Jesus was on the sea, you know, and Peter see him without no fear, him just run to him, Lord. But when he looked down and he realized when they catch him afraid and he start sinking, him say, the Lord lift him up. But what I try to tell you, say, you lose faith because him only did have faith to him see him Lord that stand on the water, you know. But when he looked down and realized where him there now, him seems him look out of himself now. He lose all confidence because him have confidence as long as the Lord dip on the water. You know? If him not dip on the water with him in chaos, and this is what we did. Like I was catching what King
analogy, my Lord.
We put all with faith in King Emmanuel, right? This, right? That we forget we self-true. Cause check the reasoning, you know. We're in the biggest house of Jase, and the Jah is King Emmanuel. I'm gonna say it, right? Baba Shanti, Baba Shanti Rassis have got into arguments with other Rastafari brethren on the simple fact that them don't regard what Haile Selassie I said and what Marcus said. Them only regard what King Emmanuel Charles Edwards said, right? All right, I'll give you a reasoning. Priest Ainsley was reasoning about music. He wasn't justifying reggae music. And it was off of Sizzler going to Trinidad to do a show, and some Boba did welcome him with Naya Bingi. And some brethren saw the video and was saying, Dulcie man, suck but the man, them a big up. I use the Bingi and I mix it up with Dulcie man, suck but. No. I was looking at Daniel chapter 3 and the constructs of Daniel chapter 3 and reggae. I said, it does not work today. In that, it's just like the Constitution. An amendment. Daniel, when Dada did first come with that licking against the reggae, it was under a construct. Nebuchadnezzar controlled the whole of Babylon. And this is not me defending reggae. I am trying to say the constructs. No, if I want to go to a dance, you know, I buy my ticket and I go. No one don't own a gun to my head and tell me, say me have to go. Under Nebuchadnezzar who control the whole region of Babylon. When him said, do as I say, you had to. So when I want still I use Daniel chapter 3 to lick against a brethren who are deal with music or whatever. I know, you know that, and that is not the way of a priest, neither to lick down nothing. And I heard when name priest Akil saying the reasoning to priest Ainley. This wasn't reasoning. You can't change prophecy. You can't change Daniel chapter 3. Or what the Almighty God said. So me look now, me say, which one of the Almighty God you're referring to? Me say, it is King Emmanuel. Me say, Emperor Haile Selassie, I did not tell you to look to chapter 3 to Lex Reggie. Neither did Marcus. King Emmanuel did. So here's my argument. We are fanatics of King Emmanuel and not reverence of King Emmanuel. Does anyone understand that analogy, what I'm giving when I say fans? Fans, you are fans of King Emmanuel and not reverence of King Emmanuel, because here what a man do. You can't change prophecy. You can't change what the Almighty God said. That means he's referring to the Almighty God as King Emmanuel only. Let's look at 66. When His Majesty come to Jamaica, Kumina was played for him. Counters and the Mystic Rebel, all kind of music. So was His Majesty mixed up in Satanism in 66? Because all kind of manners of music was being played for him. Sometimes we must analyze what we say and don't speak blind and stupid. You understand? And all priest was trying to say, he wasn't justifying reggae, he was just saying that some of us, even in the present, all right, I have a lot of bubble from Montserrat around me, loads. And they rise up through Cape Putan and Sizzler. But none of them, brethren there, is dealing with music again like when they was the priest now. Right? But it was that platform that bring them. Prince Allah, dreadlocks come from Bosra with his garments dipped in blood. And 90 priests, him go to, that they give him the freedom, him honor, him never try push up and go up on the altar and him go to road and do him thing. When me I say, right, I know lick down things, right? See, people always licking down things, right? And not looking for the better good. You understand? Because many leave out the world and come. Remember, we leave our home and family to come rally around the God I love. So let's not look out ourselves anymore. And like we say, if we are the Emmanuel and greater works than this, the man said we are going to, let's get to it. And like Marcus Garvey said, load the world and go about our righteous business. Most times. Last year, Jah Rastafari.
Really, my Lord and Majesty.
Yes, sir.
Briefly to say, my Lord, I man never read meet a general in flesh. The only thing I man try to hold on is teaching that he left us. And a book like The Black Supremacy is a book that we all read, right? And in page 9, it have a part where the general say, Christ is in flesh, the black God in flesh, not die like the white one who is on the cross.
No,
we are the sons of daughters of the black Christ. When you see yourself, you see Christ. When you love yourself, you love Christ. For God is love, it's our love. So I think at all, as the priest is saying now, most ones come to the general with a Christian mentality and they come looking for Jesus. You know, they never come in to really understand what the general is about. The man say, when you see each other, you see Christ.
True.
So although we say yes, when we say he's a black Christ, the same love we have for him, we're supposed to have for each other.
Yes, my Lord. That's the teaching.
Yeah, unless my English is wrong, because that's what I'm seeing in the book, you know.
That's the teaching, my Lord. That's the teaching, right?
So how it's so hard for us to really love each other. A man say, the general say, but my Lord, what do you say?
Yes.
Yeah, but the general said that too.
The general said that too.
Hold on, my lad. Yeah, what the general said. He said that same statement, you know. He said, boy, one problem I have with Ras and Ras, you know. Them always I say what Peter said, what John said, what Paul said. But where did I say?
Yeah.
The Father himself make that talk to I and I already. Him call the house and him reaching to the house. Him talk to I and I use that same analogy. Or ones and one always referring to what John said, Peter said, Jeremiah said, Isaiah said. But where did them say?
True.
The gospel of done this, so who is going to write the gospel of Emmanuel? Who is going to write the gospel of Emmanuel? The gospel of Emmanuel have no relevance in the future to come. Just like how Jeremiah have relevance and had relevance and the Psalms have relevance. The gospel of Emmanuel not going to have no relevance in time to come when people searching for certain understanding. Because it's the understanding of the present time and era in which we are. Emmanuel come teach you about, you know. Teach you how to find him come teach you how to solve the problems of this moment. Not 2,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago.
But no one knows.
Those do ahead when they are looking
and I have to take up the mantle and I have to do what is right.
when they are looking, when the future generation, hold on, my lad, when the future generation looking to see why they are in the position they are, and just like I and I had to make the Sankofa to know why we are in the present state of affairs. Gospel of Emmanuel going to be there for them to refer to and cite what I and I did see when we look at the gospel of Jeremiah and the gospel of Isaiah and them things there. Them things we have to check them things in the house of priests that deal with the Black Christ and Emmanuel teaching.
Yes, my Lord.
You make on the scripture, right?
My Lord, is for man to find God in himself, and for the empress them to find the goddess in herself. And we practice the things that are right. Practice righteousness.
But we read the Bible and Her Majesty, right? As Bobo, we read the Bible. And the man say, in the Bible, the man say, greater is in you than in the world.
True.
So what is the confusion with ones, my lord? Greater is in you, my lord, than in the world.
It's like, my lord.
My lord. I just want to say this before I have to leave soon, Priest Doug. But
myself, you know, myself, I
want to refer to what Priest Adam said earlier with the analogy of the master walking on the water and the disciple, you know, going out to him. And I want to just use it almost in the opposite way that Priest Adigon said. He said, you know, he looked out at it of himself when he started to sing.
Yeah, not sure.
Because he looked into himself and he did not see any divine Christ. You remember when he was looking, you know, the master was coming on the water, you know, I use this, I like the analogy very much, but I use it. If you don't see God in yourself, you will sink. When he was coming on the water,
Simple.
Jump out of the boat and run to the master. In his fear, him say, wait, that up here is the master. Right away, his limitedness and his small understanding of the master did not let him realize that the master is all powerful, he can do anything. And because he's our master and we are so close to him, if he does that, we can do it too. And in his fear, the master, right? And here the master. Of course, it's I. What? Come no man. And he kept his eyes on the master, looking at the master, and him walking on the water boastfully. But the moment him walking on the water, him looking to himself and saying, you walk on water. If he had seen God,
it's not possible for me to do this.
Yeah. You have God in you. Greater is he that is in you.
True.
Don't look out anywhere for God. Use the God in you and speak with each other and let us create things and run the Congress and say, no, in our intelligence, no,
Not
this
right.
is not anyone, 5 of us, 6 of us, 2 of us, 1 or 2, 1 chase 1,000, 3 away, 5 away, 15 of us lick down millions of thousands.
Not right.
Into
We must not look out of ourselves, God.
And
when he is in us, we must find God in ourselves. So when the man on the water looked out of himself, that is when he fell. But if he was continuing in himself, he would have never sunk.
Yeah,
We must
no.
look into ourselves to find
God. He would have didn't know. Say, I am God too. I am God as well. You know what someone said to me about them Haile Selassie? He said, heard. Say, and I witness told you. First thing he said, I grew up in the palace. Him said, if anyone told you that they know, don't tell them. If a man does majesty without his permission, he dies instantly. Say, you know that when he said the first 8 men around his majesty, when you know those men, you don't need to know the majesty. Around the majesty.
My Lord.
He said to me, imagine a rich man has his set of friends. He's going to be rich because he doesn't want to be walking around with poor friends. So he's going to make his friends rich. So if the majesty, the people around him, is going to make them powerful. We have to realize that when we are at the foot of the master, we are powerful. We are his first fruits. We have to know that in us, through him, in him, in us. Because he said, he is the all, and the all is in us, and we are all of the all.
And we are part of the all.
Enlightenment, my Lord. At the same time, we are enlightened. Yeah, and enlightenment when it comes to education, as the priest had said earlier. Education is one of the biggest problems. A leading priest is supposed to be an enlightened one, because that is how you get to be a leader. You know?
Sometimes the power Jack can get you frightened, you know. Because my brethren already, this brethren, you know, him knocked up and him lock off everything. Well, I tell him start to use a yodi for a crown. And say that them are move through. So after a while, them see the brethren, it's like him ball. And say, what Rasta, yeah? You want to see me look in a mirror and we get frightened because me look like a lion.
Enlightenment, you know, and that is the problem. If this is a schoolroom, I have to organize the thing as a schoolroom on a serious level. You understand? And
My
that
Lord.
is really, my Lord. You know, this is Jerusalem schoolroom. It have to organize in that way that there is a formula, there's a method, there is a way in which
one talk, you know, bless the Lord. My Lord.
Yes, I.
Yeah, pray thee, my Lord. Give thanks to the moment for the man, them, you know, all of the royal priests, them, at the house, same way still. Priest Evans. Priest Evans still up on the phone?
My Lord.
Word the priest.
I don't know, Josh, give thanks and praise.
All right, my Lord, you know, so I'm not going to let you all the time. But you kind of go low up on me still, so I want to make sure so you get my number before me jump off the line.
Yes, Bobo.
If you have a pen or a paper when you're ready.
Type it one time, pray the honor of majesty. Type it one time, go to.
Sir, my priest, them, you see it? Yeah, ready? 305.
Yes. 305?
Yeah.
384. 384.
Yeah, 06.
06.
62.
62. This is Iman right now. We're gonna say, come on your phone. Pray my Lord and Majesty.
My Lord. Yes, sir.
My eternal roots.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man. So, my Lord, as we're winding down, you know, as the hours coming in, you know, give thanks all said and done. Give thanks to the
Yeah,
reason.
my Lord. So, before me leave still, well, I get just say my part still, well, make it short and spicy still. Each and every day, the item say, God in flesh, and everything in the flesh. You see it? But half of the time, nothing I wanna do where the God in the flesh, car away and stuff we do. Make it simple as a baby can understand.
if we can more understand ourselves and follow the God in our flesh, when the God speak to it in flesh, then things will more go smooth to it. Because it's this simple. The same God what has been with us for the longest time, from a baby, when we was born. It's the same voice you hear. And the older you get, it's the same voice you hear. So when you're in a middle school or high school or whatever you're there, you hear this voice tell us, don't do this, don't do that. That was the same voice you was hearing from you was a little child. So you grew up, but that voice will always keep the same voice where you know of. So we also have to keep on to follow the voice more time. We have to just listen to it internal more time, and then things will be more easy. You see? And sometimes we hear the voice, but we don't listen to the voice. And then we have to still say we are God in the flesh. So you're not listening to the God in the flesh when the God speaks from the flesh. See it? So simple as the flesh might say, you know what? Get up and go wash up the plate in the kitchen. It's so simple, so you don't listen to the God because it's just a plate thing. But the voice say, hey, get up and go over Keisha yard. Yeah. You're quick to listen to the voice. So move. That's that simple. You see me? I say, so more time we need to check in and listen to the voice more time when the voice speak to it. Simple little things, the little tiny little things, not the big things then. Because the big things them is not what is our problem. It's the simple little tiny little ones then, it's our problem. You know, like sometimes you say, you know, go check Jadoggy, you know. I say, boy, I want me go check Jadoggy 3 times already, I'm not go check him today. When that is the day when you're supposed to go really go check. So it's just, we need to listen to the voice because we say we are God in our flesh. So the voice will speak to us is the voice in the flesh. And that is what carry us, and that is what build us, and that is what bring us. So if you're not listening to the voice in the flesh, how can you move on? You can't go nowhere. It's still stuck. And a lot of us don't do it. We know that. Yeah. You know what I mean? But carry on, my Lord, and listen to the God in our flesh. The voice in flesh, you see it? Because that's the thing we carry through. You see it? That is my little piece still. You see it? Holy Emmanuel, yeah? Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Holy eye? Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm going to put in a little 2 pieces to him. I say holy eye still. You see me? I say, because I listen to the voice in the flesh. So I say holy eye.
Natural.
All right.
Well, a good hold on. Me like that, do you know? Me like that because you know. One time, if you ever chant them way, the man, oh, it's holy eye. Oh, it's holy eye. What you mean?
Holy eye.
Holy eye. Then what you mean?
You know? It's me. I.
You have to speak with the God. You just say it, you have to speak and listen to the God within. Listen to the God within.
There's no more to be learned, you know. Once you reach the schoolroom and you get that perfection and teaching, you know, of the principle of Emmanuel, and you reach to that high peak, the 12th chamber room, and you reach there. What are you gonna do? You're gonna sit in the 12th chamber room and just sit there now and read books? No. You have to go out and now go show them your skills and show them your work. And be Emmanuel now, and walk Emmanuel and talk Emmanuel so you can see Emmanuel again. So we can't just sit up and then just say, we are priests now and that's it. We're not doing nothing else and we are priests and no. The priests and the man to now.
At one time, my lad, man and man used to chant the holy eye. And the holy eye come and take over. That Jah is when Jah stop man from saying holy eye, you know. Jah himself stop do that. Because man they just be a holy eye. Holy eye. I be a holy eye. I just say Jah is one holy eye and it's justice. And that is when that's how come man they stop say the holy eye, my Lord. Bless you.
Well, give thanks, priest, but believing in the wilderness still and the voice just tell me say, you know.
No, my
lad, your man, a reality, yeah, holy eye and I. Yeah, it's righteousness make I and I holy. The man said, God in flesh is what? Man of right is God in flesh.
Natural.
So
in a reality, though, in a reality,
see the God now,
in a reality, is the holy eye. Because we can't personalize Jatila, you know. So really, a the holy eye, which dwell in our lion eye, my lord.
My lord.
My
Give thanks to the kind few words, my lord, with the priest.
worthy God and
Yeah,
King.
man. Thanks,
Priest
man.
Lamont, salute, my lord. Royal salute, my king.
Majesty.
Give thanks to the
Thank
movement.
Powerful angel.
1,000 years like an evening gone, same way still. You know, maximum respect to your same way.
My
Yes, sir.
Yes, I turn up.
Till we meet again in flesh, Jaja.
Yes, sir.
Honorable.
Jalo.
Like I said,
All of the love.
Honorable Priest Doggy, what is the agenda for tomorrow service? What is the agenda for tomorrow, my lord?
The conference aspect of it start after the sabbatical, 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock. The Empress League, the floor will be open to the Empress League, them for reason to the family and present whatever them have to say to the family. And, the floor will be open from 7 to 9 for the prophets and acting priests and, all of the younger brethren, them, whatever they have to share as well.
Glorify.
And then now come Sunday morning, the Melchizedek priest, mainly the senior priests. All priests are welcome and all priests have a say, but we want the senior priests them to show up because the ones them who get the direct teaching is the ones them that are responsible for the problem, and the ones them that who responsible for the problem need to be the ones that solve it. See? Or be part of the solution. Be part of the solution. Because I and I who walk with the Father, we don't have the excuse of the ones like Chris Evans who can say he never met the Father or walk with the Father. We walk with the Father. We were in the ministry with the Father. So we are duty bound to sit down together as brothers and solve the problem. It's long overdue, many attempts, but this specific reasoning is not about the parliament, is not about what is going on Bobo Hill per se. This is about the Melchizedek priesthood order that is in defunct right now and in inoperable right now.
In other words, Honorable Priest Doggy, I could say we are obligated to the Melchizedek order.
Yes, my lord. Because it's I and I made the vote, I and I made the pledge to stand with the man against the workers of iniquity. The man asked who will stand with him, and I say, I, Rastafari, will stand with the I. So we are duty bound by our word.
True.
Saying so, yes, my lord. That is the gist of it. So I give thanks to all said and done, I give thanks to everyone that showed up this moment. The reasoning was sweet as usual. That's why I can't figure out what is keeping us apart, what is keeping us from forging ahead. The Gospel Bells mission is waiting. We have ambassadors on the continent where we have sent over there to do works, and many of them have done great works without any support. When are we gonna rise up, take up our duty, and finish building the bridge between the east and the west, so the poor and the have-not can walk over the bridge and reach home? Is Bobo a shot the man say 10 Mile Bull Bay or Lion Bay, Mount man, is the Ethiopian embassy, and the Father himself hear that. So if it's the Ethiopian embassy, we need to be doing the ambassadorial work that we're supposed to be doing.
Natural.
Shepherding the people home, leading the people to the light. That is when the other day we did this topic in the study group, we did this topic on Melchizedek. We unfolded from the etymology of the word to the foundation of the concept itself, where it originated, what people it originated right up. And the fullness of Melchizedek, you hear what I'm saying? He appears when the people then walk out of the light.
and his duty is to lead them back to the light. So that is I and I duty, to lead the people back to the light. And that is through I and I works, through I and I liberty, as Priest Lamont said, through the liberty, through being righteous,
That's right.
How we are righteous. We talk about this thing too. I want to leave this with the I and I right now. Salvation. We always talk about that word salvation, and I think it has many different interpretations to ones and ones. Each man might interpret it a different way. But the simplest interpretation that I and I have seen, come across, and understand within this whole liberty, salvation is how I and I live with one another. That is how we achieve it. It's not going into the tabernacle and singing songs. That is praises and praises and entertainment and all the great things that it does for us. But salvation, when the man say salvation, is how we live one to another.
What's natural?
Fulfilling the greatest commandment ever, do unto others as you would have them do unto I and I. See, anytime we live by those simple commandments, then we will have found the light, and we will be able to lead ones to the light. Yeah. So I give thanks, family, Yeah, man. His real light, His real light. His real light. That is who I and I is. I and I supposed to be shining it so them can see the God in Zion who reign in the hearts of all flesh. Give thanks.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Yes, I do.
Blessed.
Royal Heart of Celebration, honorable family. Give thanks to the Heart of Sabbath. And, give thanks to our Father and Mother, King Alpha and Queen Amigo. And give thanks, for the Black Christ in flesh, Holy Emmanuel I, King Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari.
Aye.
Yes, I give thanks. It's a beautiful Sabbath, I must say. For say I and I here still, a whole of joy within I and I self, Yes, I give thanks. I just want to point out, probably one thing still, one or two things. I come across a video earlier today that is very disturbing to I. See? And it leads me to say what me I say now. See?
Yes,
I see a virgin in a turban. Zine that been caught with 10 kilo of cocaine come out of Jamaica.
Robert Chin.
Zine?
Yeah, 12 kilo of cocaine, yeah.
Yeah.
Robert Chin.
Right. Now, why may I say this now? The ID is important for all members of this Congress, because I can see clearly what is taking place and about to take place with that virgin in a turban, Zine, that all over the social space, right? ID is important for all members. Censorship is important for everyone who is going to obtain an ID as a Bobo Shanti, because you can't have loose people, because people see this individual, and I'm not saying him probably not a Bobo Shanti, but that is not what we represent. I hear the other talk about King Emmanuel and the order of Melchizedek, and that is not what the order of Melchizedek represent. When we put on turban, this virgin is in a turban. I know all for us, we turban said, even though some of them might not observe the scope of the order of Melchizedek. See, but for I and I own safety, Zane, I and I need to have these things in place because when I want to see someone like that, straight away is Bobo Shanti because it's only Bobo Shanti that wear the turban in that way. See, we have to, you see, it is imperative, that's why this what is organized now. So, the priest then bring a right to the order. It is imperative, because you see if this not going right now, is judgment,
That is real.
Honorable priest, I am so happy that Honorable Prophet Agestar brought up this situation, and you see, he brought up the point and he gave an assessment and a recommendation. And the recommendation is so urgent and immediate. And the reason I am talking about it is that it is shrouded in a little confusion here when he talked about an identification. All right. The matter of identification among the Bobo Shanti brethren or the Bobo Shanti family is now in itself becoming something that we have to look into. There is a present identification that is being used, but there is also one that is being blasted all over the social media by Jesus, and it's one that same one is placed in the gatehouse, claiming to be the official identification. I hear them talk a lot about it on their platform, talking about the identification.
But that's a mute conversation, my lad, because if there is no administration, there is no structure to nothing, and there is no structure nowhere.
So say that then, Honorable Priest, say this, that I was, before this matter, I was waiting until maybe Sunday to mention this, but now that it comes up, and I just want to briefly talk about it. I am saying that until Priest Doug, you asked the question, the last question you asked is how we get around all these problems. Well, how are we going, the problems that are holding us back? Until we pass the fear of what is going to be said about you're going against the EABIC, or you're fighting against the Constitution, or you're opposing that. Until you pass that fear, and until you say, we see the God in us and the honesty in us, and do what we know we are doing that is right, because we will always be ready to go into any forum that is uprightly called, that pertains to the Bobo Shanti tradition. Even we as the study group needs to meddle together. We need to organize ourselves together as an engine that can do things with a kind of governance structure for this group, that we can do things to the advancement of the liberation of Africa as Bobo Shanti, holding King Emmanuel without any fear of what other of our brothers and sisters are going to say about whether we are farming up or we are doing this, when we are doing what is right and we are teaching the teaching of King Emmanuel. We have to realize that like-minded intellect, it's needed, but when we have lesser intellect that do not understand what we are doing, we are going to have challenges if we're not prepared to to call a spade a spade. If we are not prepared to do what we are doing as Bobo Shanti with the rights to do what we are doing, without being afraid of being called coup and renegade and this and that, we are not going to go anywhere, because we have to get, we as the study group have to get in touch with the headquarters to know, because at the headquarters, the long time identification is what is being used. But remember that on the social media, there's another one. How are we going to deal with that? Are we going to recognize both?
And the reality though, priest. A reality behind that. No matter how much ID we have, it's still out in the world from them say all a man, because I'm addressing now what I just referred to.
Yeah.
From you see a man in a turban look a certain way, everybody not gonna say a bubble, especially the way the turban is tied. If it tied the way a bubble tied a certain way, because them claims say Sizzler is bubble, them claims say all of them look a man they will wear turban on the stage is bubble, and we don't see them. Them don't link with no branch more than they might link with individuals, seen, but they are not aligned with the levity of Bobo Ashanti. But they are seen as Bobo and they portray themselves as Bobo. But because we have no administration, we have no way of holding them accountable. See, and there is no real standard set.
But the situation exists now. That as I just said, it's going to be a thing because Bobo Shanti is going to come under serious scrutiny. Serious. Bobo Shanti is going to come under that. What is Bobo Shanti going to have, the real Bobo Shanti? What are we going to have to show that when you come upon us, we are not that person that was out there. That person out there, did he show you an identification like this, identifying himself with us? Because when one person that have an identification go do that, immediately the Bobo Shanti family would have to put out as a quick statement.
But right now, with knowing that this virgin is not really from the fold, a statement should go out. To say, really.
Who is going to write the letter?
Need a disclaimer against Peter Chin. Disclaimer against Peter Chin.
Who is going to do it if it's not us?
Exactly.
So we have to begin to look at these things, organize ourselves in a way and do things that people can see some kind of authenticity in us. We're not claiming to be, we're not going out there to say we are the head of the ABIC.
No,
but we
no.
are to
I'm
show
going to
that
add a little reality to we think too, Now, the bridge, get by there. Him is really, him always the amongst Bobo and Bobo still, Him all up a hill there too, Maybe the eye them don't know that. But him all come up a hill there several times.
What, Peter Chin?
Robert Chin, the bridge.
Robert Chin.
I know him personally, so I am talking. I know him. It's just the other day I see him too. I know him personally. You understand? I know when all them two youth them get bite and go to jail. I know him personally because I'm always the amongst Boba for years. Him wear the turban. I don't know. See, but him never really come amongst the fool where we can know say him an article Boba.
True.
You understand? Him always just move with certain ones and him pass through up a hill and pass through down at the tabernacle down at Miami when we had the tabernacle. But him never really align himself with us in a way or socialize with us on a level where we get to know say, well, him's a article Bobo.
Yes.
So I totally endorse the ID, but more than the ID, my lord, we have to reestablish the principle of how we live. Because when we establish that principle, it deters a lot of this that is going on. Because it's when the door get open, that all of this thing start, from those whole musicians, them man befriend them and man start to par with them because of economic circumstances. We endorse them. And then we endorse them and now them it gone out of control. Before, no man wouldn't put on turban and perpetuate himself for that period of time because Bobo represented a certain liberty that everybody know. But that is clouded right now. Clouded in every way. That's why the order needs to realign itself and assert ourselves, as Priest Lamont is saying, assert ourselves. send out our disclaimer. We don't business with any other fraction and what other fraction is doing, because every individual stand as its own. But I could say every tower if sit down on its own bottom, or turn up on its own foot. Well, that is what it is right now. If I and I see the right, I and I have to defend the right, regardless of who not defending it and who not saying what them saying. See, because if I go on a media platform tomorrow, a radio program or a television program, and them ask about that move there, right away I go and say, no man, that's no bubble. Whoever that is, that's no bubble.
Sure.
And if them ask me why, I can explain myself why. And I'm not being whatever you would call self-righteous, and not being, I'm gonna explain it from the principle level. No, King Emmanuel is a man who never even allow ganja for planting in him yard or near him. See, King Emmanuel teach you, say when we're born with herb, wash out your mouth, wash your hand, and
cleanse yourself.
You go a road. See, our father was a very private man, even with him one sacrament that him knows that people have the right to use, much less drugs.
So my lord, to the Virgin Robert, the same Virgin where me that year flee from the airport and them catch him.
Yeah, man.
So
Him stage name is Standpipe. I am named Standpipe.
Okay. So if they flee from the airport and them catch him in the Kingston area.
Yeah, because it's something with them they've been doing. Them in think out the airport and put on the thing. Just like how I used to do that back in the day with her. The man there used to see him route where I did before them free. But the one that use it now for wrong thing. Them I use it now for the thing now where I kill people and I damage the black community. Seeing you can't say you're a Rastafari. When you go to the bubble extreme, you can't say you're a Rastafari and you promote a thing where you know say it's damaging the black families, the black community.
No, that not look good.
You understand? So we have to stand up. We have to money. We soul for vanity, for money, Rasta.
Not a good look. It's not a look good.
Let's come back to principle. Can you see? No principle.
I think we need to put out something.
That is not Bobo Ashanti. It is not Bobo Ashanti in no way. And we don't want people to think that is Bobo Ashanti. That is not Bobo Ashanti. The House of Peace does not function that way.
True.
Yeah, man, push it in at the press and the media, King, because right now, you don't know, I have to travel through the port and we don't want one of them where they come dig with them and them where the King car.
Exactly, because I travel regular myself. See, and when I travel, I man get peer respect. I don't want that change. You understand? When I move to the I peer respect, I get Rasta. I don't want that change. Because next thing you know, they want to carry me around a back room for me take off turban and all them things. I'm doing that them thing there with no one. You understand? So we have to defend our father's name. And them thing you mash up thing, you know. Have to defend King Emmanuel name because King Emmanuel is Bobo, you know.
Yes. Him is the leader, Bobo.
Him is what the world knows as Bobo. So when Bobo get tainted, this King Emmanuel first get tainted, the rest of we get tainted afterwards.
Yeah, the Virgin is him have a next point. I love to hear him next point. Him will finish.
I just start.
Yeah, they finish.
Well, them know him have the freedom for reason, you know. I don't know.
All right.
Prophet.
So you see,
yeah, the Empress there say if you did have another point, sound like you did have another point. You did have another sound you do that.
True. Yeah, me just did want to stress the point still, you know, because it not look good as the I see a while ago, you know, is King Emmanuel first I wanna go look on, you know, as a man where established in him turban, you see. I wanna go look on the Congress all together, say, you know, this is what we're doing, you know. And to be honest, it can be something that is not what you would say is a real thing then. Then, but it's something to stigmatize the Bobo Shanti order going forward, because remember, you know, a lot of our issues and problems is out there in the open. You see, and people can use these things against us to their advantage at the moment. You see? So with in terms of the letter, I think someone like a lawyer, straight away Empress Marina came to mind. And I think she is a good candidate. Probably others are there also who can do it. But to address that point is important right now, to denounce that and to disassociate ourselves with that individual and that type of activity. We cannot align, because it's serious now. We already see that the big C is coming again. The big C, it's coming again. If no one is seeing what is happening or listening what is happening, it is almost here again within the next 2-3 months. Is the same thing that what we went through 2 years ago. It will unfold itself power again. It will unfold itself on us again, because I can see from the first inception of the thing is the same thing again that is happening now. Is the same trend. It's the same, everything is happening. And I know enough of us is not paying attention to it, because what is happening, like Ghana, for instance, Ghana, you couldn't go into Ghana if you didn't have their medicine. If you wasn't induced with their medicine, you couldn't go into Ghana. Now, since they have reopened Ghana, and they say, boy, you only need a test to go into Ghana now. See? Now, and this thing is coming again, What is it that I and I is doing to protect ourselves from this thing? You see? All these things are, a pile up on us, and it's like we don't know what we're doing. Like the item use the analogy of the virgin saw the virgin and the water, and because him doubt himself, we start to sink from that make a transition. Zin, we started sinking.
Yeah.
From that and make that transition, we started sinking. Now, we are going find the God in ourselves now. For that we can walk on the water top, because the Virgin did walk on it. In did walk on it. So I and I now are going to rise up ourselves now and walk on this water top and show the people and say, this is who we are, this is what we are, this is what we stand for. And it should be respected worldwide. You see? Because we are making this thing is like, some of us is like we are even racist. Even though we say we are black supremacy, we are making ourselves to look like we're racist when we cannot be. Because remember, the man sure said him rise up also 70 outside of the 12 that him had, Over these 70, there gonna be other people that is rising up outside of I and I. Who's gonna come and forward and take on this thing? So we have to fix all of these things, my Lord and Empress. That is what I'm saying, and to address this situation now, and because if we do not address it, it will look like we're complicit with this type of behavior. it have to be addressed immediately.
Right.
Immediately.
Agree.
It's
Yes,
not
my
something
Lord.
that we can leave and just watch out and make it play out. No.
Okay. Yeah, true.
Because as the virgin said, many of us travel. Many of us travel. We don't want to I go through airport and have to get this type of treatment that we're not accustomed to or used to. You see? Because when I go through airport, it's the most love and respect that people show.
Yes. I get that to Majesty. Yes. Respect and manners and things. True.
Yes, Mama.
Yes. I
So,
don't want to take out on line. Even though them a search woman too, and them say, woman, we don't want to take out on line and go put in a corner and come dig me up. At first time me I travel Bobo, how that then do. Me and my next sister. And I was so embarrassed. I asked them, so why you have to take us out? Why you have to take us out? Is the work. So I don't want to go through that embarrassment, man.
I think one more point and I go, just leave the floor still. But the point that I wanted to make, the second point that I wanted to make is there's a dogma within Bobo Shanti that, Dada said, I know one's been talking about it still, but this thing is becoming, I know we have to point out, yes, what the Father said and the teaching that he gave. You understand? But the Dada setting is like Sebwai, is like I and I no I'm not God in I and I. You see? Because it's always what Dada said. It's Dada say. I think we have to move from that. I think that is holding us away where, we trapped in it's like we were trapped in a bubble with what Dada said. You see? And I and I were evolving, where things not from 20 years ago, today are different something now, So from Dada move 94, a different something now are going on, as we can see,
28 years ago.
So what I and I say now in the 21st century, my Lord and Empress.
So what we come to now, we come to the fact that we are universal, we are in a universal agreement. We all see the need for change. We all see the desperate need for organization. Our structure is really what I'm saying, And I'm not going to use the word parliament and them thing there, because them thing they just become a divisive word right now. We need administration, whether it is 33 man to begin with, or because enough time we're not looking at the lesson that was being taught, We're trying to literalize everything to, The man said 33 man parliament, the man said committee. Now, if you can't find 33 man, you're not going to function. If you can't find 14 man for the committee, you're not going to function. These are the things we have to be rational more time. Look at the most important offices that need to be filled. See? And let's fill those with competent people. See? What does the Congress, what do I and I need to function efficiently? We need a secretary, we need a treasurer, you understand? We need ones that going to come up with innovative ideas to generate revenue so we can fund our own repatriation. Since Babylon now giving reparations right off the bat, and since some of I might not be around when that reparations drop, and I still want to enjoy some of I glory land before I transcend. I could put in the components that we need to accomplish that. Work together. We could stop fight or stop penetrate the ones them that is not going anywhere. them is not in that topic anymore. We don't need to waste time discussing things that is not working. Let's talk about how we're going to get something working. Then that means we have the gospel bells mission. Make the man them worry about parliament. If them get the parliament together and start to function, more power, we join it and we'll push it as far as it can go. But are we gonna sit and wait on that and it's not going anywhere? Let's get the gospel bells mission together. Let's put a repatriation committee together. That repatriation committee now, we can organize it with its with the components that it need, the subcommittees that it need. You understand? The economic committee, the social committee, the conflict resolution committee. If we put together a reality rasta, we have the ability to do that. A pure genius we have among Sayana. Bobo Ashanti man, them are some genius. If them just tap into them inner God and stop look out, like the Virgin said, stop focus on what the Bible said, what Dada said, because we are the Bible. We're not licking down the Bible, you know. We are the Bible. We are the Dada. Make we look in ourselves, and then what does His Majesty say in that speech, ultimate challenge, where Him say, men and man search in the pages of history for answers to questions never posed before, for precedents, and there are none. Him say, where do we look for those answers? Him say, first look to the God within, and then to your brother and sister. So make we look within, and then we look to each other. We'll put our concepts together, as each of us is a unit of that universal intelligence. That is all we are. Each of us is a unit. Let's put those units together and become the force of change that we are desiring, the force of change that we need to be relevant and to be progressive and to be able to develop and fulfill the mission of repatriation. We are right at the cusp, you know. At the cusp. The world is, the doors are open to us. It's because we are not going through the doors. I can walk into any institution right now and sit with them and discuss matters. Whether it is the United Nations office, we can go to New York at the head office and we'll make our appointment and we'll go in there as a delegation and we'll present the issue, get it on them agenda, make them discuss. Those are simple matters if we know how to approach it, but we don't have anyone any competent people leading the charge that knows these things. And the ones that know it have been maligned and set aside. We have brilliant attorneys in this Congress. We have brilliant businessmen and we have brilliant political scientists in this Congress. But those people are maligned. The world out there is more benefit in them than I who them come to and willing to give their skill sets to. But because they are educated, because they are knowledgeable. We do them, we do another man, we do another sister there, we do another, him and a Bobo, that one they are not Bobo. And Dada had a secretary that was not Bobo. She never spent 1 minute in the house yet. But she was given the secretary title and she found the secretary role. She was a big woman up at the University of West Indies where I had her big post up there, drive our Benz, come up the Rocky Road, come check all the father. And she was a secretary of the Congress that I am Priest Turks, carry letters to for her proofreading and give us her opinion. She's the same one where put letters in pouch and send off to Britain to us for us that it don't get thrown in the garbage when it is mail and thing because it's in the diplomatic pouch so it reach where it's supposed to reach. She did that and got all in the problem for doing that for I. And she wasn't Bobo, but just trusted her and used her skill sets. So we have to grow beyond this dogma rasta and this stigma of boxing ourselves in and not using our own inner ingenuity and our inner God that speaks to us like Jashim to say. Listen to the inner God more time, man. It tells you when you don't know nothing else and you hear something, the inner God tell you, say, man, that not sound too right to me. Or that sound, yeah, I never hear it before, but I feel that current there. The inner God speaks to us. Let's listen to it, family. Yeah, man, we give thanks for all said and done. Anyone else have a closing sound, short and spicy? Say your piece now, because in the next 5-10 minutes, we're turning to Mama Maisie for the closing, and we will regain our reasoning or restart our reasoning after the Sabbath.
All right, blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Yeah. I just want to sing this little chorus what I created called 7 Words of Love, right? So just want listen it for a moment and I mean that you understand. Go like this. Well, Emmanuel lights, last light, yeah. Rastafari as this love, you know. King Emmanuel said, oh, and he showed love. 7 words of love. Jah give to us, Jah give to us, say God is love. So let us love. God is love. So let us love. King Emmanuel is a love. And he show us love. 7 words of love. Jah give to us, Jah give to us, say God is love. So let us love. God is love. So let us love Holy Emmanuel, King Selassie.
Yes,
Rastafari, you know, some will say God is love, so let us all love. God is love, so let us love. I say it that way because short and easy to sing it that way, you know. That just through the teachings of King Emmanuel, one day I wake up, you know, and that chorus come to I and Jagi that creation, you know. So one can just store it in mind, you know. So give thanks, my Lord. Blessed.
All right. So my Lord, reasoning never end, you know. And this one not ending until Sunday evening, Sunday sometime. We have to come away with a tangible outcome. We see what is ahead, we see what is happening right now. We just lost some serious members of our Congress, 2 on the Hill and 1 in South Africa, to violence. See, we have no security. Security come through collectiveness, the man say collective security.
Security.
And principle is the weapon. Principle is what keep evil at bay. When our principle of righteousness is intact, evil can't penetrate the armor. But when it is not intact, bore through, and it can be fatal, as we see. So, my Lord, this task is ahead, you know, to do what needs to be done. Yes, sir. Give thanks.
Oh, style.
That's yeah. Mama Maisie.
Yes, my Lord.
The floor is yours now for your beautiful voice. Play your timbrel.
Majesty.
All right, glorify. Holy Emmanuel, that's Jah. Rastafari. Give thanks once more as we, you know, coming down, closing this, you know, beautiful highlight reasoning with this, and a beautiful hymn, cutting and clearing, renting and tearing. Holy Emmanuel, that's as we will continue with our closing hymn for this night of
celebration,
reasoning, cutting and clearing. That's the Psalms reading, my Lord and Empress give thanks. I heard the voice of Nego say, come unto me and rest, lay down thy weary one, lay down thy head upon thy breast, I came to Negus as I was, weary, worn, and sad. I found in him a resting place, and he had made me glad. Holy Emmanuel, I. So that's
Yes,
it.
yes.
So we will go straight into our closing hymn for this night of gathering reasoning. I heard the voice of Negus say, I the voice of Negus, come unto me and rest. Come unto me and rest. Lay down thy reward. Lay down thy weary one. Lay thy head upon thy burden. Head upon my burden. I came to Negus and I found. I came to Negus and I was weary, worn, and sad. Weary and worn and sad. I found in my resting place. I found in my resting place, and he had made me glad. And he had made me. I heard the voice of Negus say, I heard the voice of Negus. Behold, I freely give. Behold, I freely give. Living water, thirsty one. The living water, thirsty one. Stoop down and drink and live. Stoop down and drink and live. I came to Negus and I drank. I came to Negus of that life-living stream, of that life-living stream. My thirst was quenched, my soul revived. My thirst was quenched, my soul revived. And now I live and now I live in joy. I heard the voice of Jesus saying, I heard the voice of Jesus. I am this dark world light. I am this dark world light. Look unto me, thy morn shall rise. Look unto me, thy morn shall rise. Right. I hold thy days deep. I looked to Jesus and I found I look to Jesus and I found in him my star, my son. In him my star, my soul. And in that light of life I walk, and in that light of life I walk. Still traveling days are done. Still traveling days are done. I heard the voice of Jesus say, I heard a voice of Jesus. Come unto me and rest. Come unto me and lay down thy will and lay down. Lay down thy will one lay down. Thy head upon man. I came to Jesus as I was. I came to Jesus as I was. Weary and worn and sad. Weary and worn and sad. I found in my resting place. I found in Jesus a resting place. And he had made me glad. And he had made me glad. I heard the voice of Nico say, heard the voice of Nico. I am this dark world light. I am this dark world light. Look unto me, thy voice shall rise. Look unto me. Thy moon shall rise. I know thy days. I looked to Negus and I found. I looked to Negus and I found. In him my star, my son. In him my star, my son. And in that light I walk. And in that light of life, I'll go. Still traveling days are not coming down. Still traveling days are done. Oh, in holy Mount Zion, Lord, holy Mount Zion. Yes, my lord. Short and spicy. I say, mommy want to go in depth, but and I gotta leave some for tomorrow.
Yeah, priest Lamont, you can short preach and carry it down to my Lord.
Yes, my lord.
The holy man, you lie. That's
The last
Rastafari.
Reverence Four Wings internationally. Glory be unto our Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy One of creation. As Jah is in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, the world without end. Celestia, Jah, Rastafari, Holy Emmanuel, Rastafari. Holy pleasures, let the day in holy thoughts and meditation, just Roland and passed away, you know. You know how sweet a Sabbath does to spend in hope of one that never shall
Never
end.
shall
Holy
end.
Emmanuel, I.
Last
Yeah.
Rasta. All
All
right.
right. My Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
My Lord, Majesty.
Glorious evening,
Thanks, my
family.
Lord. We love
Glorious
him with
evening.
the whole of the love, my Lord, and we love each other with that same love that we love him, my Lord.
Yes, my
My
Lord.
Lord, love.
Glorious evening. Give thanks, Mama Maisie, for such singing, such glorious singing from the opening hymn till this moment. You know, give thanks, Priest Daniel, for, you know, your choir mastership, you know. Give thanks for the love and presence of everyone, my Lord, and look forward to see and hear everyone tomorrow in the evening as we continue and give the Empress them their voice so they can speak and we can listen and take heed to what they are saying. Most High, Holy Emmanuel, last. Rasta. All right. Whole of the love, my family. Whole of the love.
My
My love
Lord
guide
and
them.
Empress.
Love
Love,
guide them
love,
straight. Guide them straight.
Celebration is there.
My
Lord of
Lord.
Yes, my
celebration, my
Lord, give
Lord.
thanks, Majesty. Celebration continue all night bingy going through.
Yes, Mama. Just keep it in the iris. Keep it in the iris. Yeah,
I
man.
will never roll it through the night.
Keep it in the iris, you know.
Yes,
Rastafari
I
love.
go and roll it in my heart ball and in my mind, cause that's it.
Yes,
Yes,
my
sir.
lord. You know, same way
Yes,
said
My
so,
sir.
you know.
And that's
So
it.
love
Start
and
from the right
blessing.
up to the heavens, you know.
Yes, my lord. The truth.
All of the love and our family.
Oh,
Yeah,
blessed
man. Give
Lord,
thanks,
lead it,
Jah
my
Star. Love
Lord.
and blessing,
I'll
Jah. Love
guide
and
man and
blessing.
protect man, my Lord.
Yes,
Bless
my
Every
Lord.
time.
my Lord.
Priest Oswald, Priest Adigan,
My Lord.
Priest Evan. Yeah, man. Love the whole of the
Thanks
item
for
I have.
your family. Give
You know?
thanks. My Lord.
Priest,
My lord.
priest, have you gone bless Sister Diana for me, Your
Yes.
Majesty?
All praises, blessed love will do. Give thanks. All
Yes,
blessings.
God, bless
Love,
you.
love, love.
Mama Maisie.
Hey, Sister Trish,
Empress
blessed
Trish.
love
Empress
angel.
Trish. Yeah, man.
Blessings and
Blessings
love, my
and love,
Lord.
Empress.
Once
Yeah,
again
man.
in the ancient tongue of our Father, you know.
Yeah, man. Love
In
and
the
blessing.
ancient tongue. Melcom Gena, House of Israel, Most High, Selassie,
That's
Jah.
right.
Yeah.
You know,
Rastafari.
so we reach number 7 now. Sabbath. It's pronounced Sabbath in Ethiopia. Sunbat is the word for Sabbath. So if we say Libe or Yalibe Sunbat, that means out of Sabbath. Melcom Gena means happy Christmas. You know, so you give thanks for all things said and done. Peace and love.
Little teaching I go on.
Study
Blessed
group.
love.
You know,
Study group.
you know the study group, you know. Yeah, right. On the study group, everything go on a study group, you know, conscious vibration, you know.
I Lord. Blessed
I'm a teacher.
No, Black God live, you know. I'm like no.
Yeah.
My Lord, give thanks.
Empress Cindy, blessed love, Empress.